So it is a logical problem of some complexity to devise languages fit for the manager to use, although it is a task which can be accomplished. The equipment needed to speak the manager's metalanguage is precisely a logical engined electronic computer. Without it, the task of discussing the information in the feedback loops metalinguistically is too great for the human brain to encompass in numerical terms. This, and not either genius or cussedness, is the origin of management intuition. Intuition is the name given to the operation of the cybernetic computer in the cranium. Intuition does not give precise numerical answers, not because the brain is computing in qualities or ideas, but because its computations are too complicated. 445. For its output transducer to express arithmetically. The task of replacing intuition by scientific method is therefore not a task of abrogating human qualities in favor of the robot, it is a task of modeling a biological mechanism which is of its own nature quantified by a homomorphic mapping onto a cybernetic black box. The difference between quality and quantity becomes this: qualities emerge from quantitative procedures to which we have no access, quantities have hitherto been treated as raw data too crudely handled to give rise to qualities. The computer, then, is a machine to be used as an absorber of raw data and a distributor of judgment. In this it resembles a manager. It is meaningless to ask the question that is perennially asked: will the computer replace the manager? The answer is self-evident. The computer will replace the manager only in those functions which the manager is able to elucidate. The class of judgments which the manager is able to elucidate continuously grows. There is always something left over. Moreover, there will be something left over as long as the human brain with its 1010 neurons remains so much bigger than a computer, and so much more sophisticated in its built-in logical programs, most notably, the one referred to as the epigenetic landscape. But that machines should one day, in the long run, outclass the intelligence of their designers is not only possible but virtually guaranteed. To return to the practical affairs of our lifetime, however, the initial task of installing machines to undertake even the simplest of human functions has hardly begun. It cannot be too vehemently emphasized that this is neither because the machines are inadequate, nor because the scientists' use of them is inexpert, but quite simply because management has not yet understood what the machines are for. 3. Reorienting towards automation. Putting together what has been said in Section 1 about organization and in Section 2 about the computer, it becomes possible to see in what direction the automated future lies. If management ought no longer to be carved up into arbitrary empires so that functions and responsibilities which in reality interact are artificially divided, then it is a mistake to install computers special to those empires. Because firms are organized as they are, this is exactly what is happening today. Each manager, and each functional specialist, very reasonably believes that it is his duty to examine the impact of technological change on his area of responsibility. The computer is available to him, and he naturally sets out to make use of it. Accordingly, the vast 446 power of automation is harnessed to the service of the part and not the whole. Hence offices, which consider themselves as production departments with paperwork as the output, have installed data processing machinery, so that the productivity with which more and more paper is produced rises. They have not asked themselves the question, what is to happen to the output? There is no particular reason why they should. Sales offices have automated their order books, enabling themselves to keep a close watch on customer behavior and on the way in which the customer is treated by the works. They do not ask themselves the question, what is the good of acting as a speedy reference library of information, if neither the market nor production can be influenced by the knowledge acquired? Just as change cannot be produced without information, so information that does not result in change is unreal, it does not truly exist. Factories have installed online control computers so that the plant may be more efficiently controlled, but production managers have not asked themselves the question, to what end is this greater control of the process? It is so easy to become obsessed in an engineering sense with better practice within a given framework, without understanding that elasticity in the framework itself could lead to a different definition of practice altogether. This trend leads to an extraordinary conclusion. We are using the very discovery, namely automation, which in principle frees the firm from its historical divisional preoccupations, to reinforce them in practice. We automate what is there. Now what is there exists because the human hand is limited in its capacity to manipulate, the human eye is limited in its capacity to channel input, the human brain is limited in its ability to process information and to trigger output. These limitations have led to an organizational structure and an approach to problems which the integral social effort of human beings can resolve. Thus, when automation is brought in to make all these same activities automatic, most observers see only that what has hitherto been done slowly is done quickly, what has been unreliable is more reliable, what had to be estimated can now be calculated properly. And they are impressed and pleased. What they are really observing, however, is the automation of human limitation. We are enshrining in steel, glass, and semiconductors the very limitations of hand, eye and brain which the computer was invented precisely to transcend. No, the task is different from this. An elaborate attempt was made in Part 3 to expound a theory of control for the enterprise, and in the present chapter it has already been argued that management society of men ought to be built around problems. To serve these ends of 447. Effective control and management service, automation must set out to provide a generalized information network. That is to say, far from automating what is there already, we should automate what is not there at all, namely, a new control system for the firm at large. The control systems that can be studied today inside firms are not control systems in the sense that they provide a coherent means of ensuring viability at all. They are regulators which operate on stereotyped aspects of the firm's existence. Imagine for a moment a control system which would govern an integral organism in its battle for survival. Then the control systems we know about are no more than epiphenomena of this control. The obvious analogy to use is that of the control system of a known viable organism such as the human body. Here, unlike the firm, the information system is more than the sum of the local subsystems which relate to special functions. Autonomy of the production or sales side of the business, as of the spinal reflex or the liver, is all very well, but if it is not to be inimical to the health of the whole organism, it must be monitored and mediated by a central system. This is not dedicated to any particular mode of control. It exists to ensure viability and survival, and it serves the autonomous functions. Equivalently, it is perfectly possible to envisage an indivisible automated information system to run a modern firm, which would be installed for the enterprise as a whole, and which would nonetheless meet the needs of divisional, departmental, and functional activities as a byproduct. This system, designed on cybernetic principles, is one that calls for information to effect action and not to invite perusal. Since the main institutional controls depend on people at every decision node, everyone is trained to the notion that information is a commodity presented to men for them to read. But in a natural control system, most of the quantities computed are used directly to procure results. They are simply transformation rules for mapping one black box onto another. In the firm, it should be a rare thing to make an automatic computation available to conscious inspection. Under automation, digital access is not required to most of the numbers. To use the terminology that is used of human beings, the behavior of computers should look intuitive. This is perfectly clear within the framework of the cybernetic models presented here, but it is a complete denial of the outlook sponsored in practice by most data processors. If the entire management of the firm is to depend on an automated central nervous system, as it were, the question of its reliability can no longer be evaded. One of the apparent advantages of the piecemeal approach to automation within orthodox divisions, and assuming good 448 management, is that each unit tends to support the others. If something goes wrong, then it may be possible to check and to remedy the fault by cross-checking with an independent system. This is perfectly good cybernetics. It invokes the principle of redundancy. And of course this is the clue to the answer: even when an integral control system is envisaged. It was explained at the end of Chapter 9 that the brain uses a very high order of redundancy to obtain reliable results from unreliable elements. Von Neumann's theorem was referred to. Outputs of arbitrarily high reliability can be obtained from computing elements of arbitrarily low reliability if the redundancy factor is large enough. This theorem simply must govern the development of automation in industry. It costs more to build a redundant system than a system that is not redundant, of course. But it will pay to introduce redundancy, bearing in mind that the level of reliability then rises very rapidly for a modest increase in the system's elements. Certainly there is no need to approach the redundancy factor that is found in the brain itself, which may well be of the order of 20,000 to 1. That machinery has to be reliable in a highly diverse environment and a vast number of possible circumstances. The control system of the firm is not placed under anything like the same potential stress, but redundancy there must be, in the transducers of output, in the channels, in the computing elements and in the outputs which activate response. This understanding of automation entails a consequence of high importance, which seems by no means to have been noted either by managers or by scientists themselves. It is this. A control system of adequate redundancy is protected not only against the inherent unreliability of its elements, but against their eventual failure. In the brain, for example, it seems probable that some 100,000 neurons fail every day throughout life. This is a very serious failure rate. A man ends his life with perhaps only 2/3 of the elements with which he began. But his brain does not have to be maintained. No one replaces the failed elements, nor do they regenerate themselves as do some other kinds of tissue. The failed components, like the unreliable components, do not result in the collapse of the control system, because they have been allowed for in its design. Now it is perfectly possible to envisage an automated industrial future in which most of the labor force consists of white-coated technicians, armed with soldering irons and technical diplomas, whose job it is to replace the electronic packages which comprise computer circuits when one of their elements fails, or when a preventive maintenance scheme requires the replacement as insurance against failure. This is the picture. 449. Often quoted, and many social consequences derive from it. The alleged need, for instance, to train huge numbers of technologists and technicians. But it is equally possible to provide for industrial plant with a built-in control system that is guaranteed to last the lifetime of the plant. It is made of unreliable components, many of its components will fail. But because it is a redundant control system, it will continue to function satisfactorily. It is quite clear that this could be done now. The costs of such meta-reliability would naturally be high, but the saving in highly paid technological service would be enormous. And what can be done for an individual piece of plant can, and a fortiori should, be done for the proposed central control system of the firm. In fact, the scientist has a great deal of freedom in deciding on the best way of achieving the desideratum of reliability. He can obtain it through the design of the electronic hardware, by having more components and more connections. He can also obtain it by taking a larger computer than he would otherwise need, and programming redundancy into it. That is to say, there can be redundantly organized software as well as hardware, and there can be any mixture of the two. What will happen depends very much on the extent to which intrinsically reliable components can be developed by the electronics industry. But for any given state of the electronic art, it is a relatively straightforward operational research exercise to decide on the amount and mode of redundancy that is required to achieve any given level of functional reliability. The challenge to managers consists in the implicit demand that they abandon the thought block whereby systems are seen as reliable or not. This false dichotomy describes a completely unreal world. There is no such thing as a completely reliable system, whether in nature or in man's handiwork. There are only more or less reliable systems, and it is for the manager to work with the scientist in specifying an agreed level of reliability which can justify its cost. At any rate, the cost criterion is likely to be fixed in terms of replacing a system more than of repairing it. Finally, it is important to say that these matters are very specifically matters for general managers to consider. The tendency, noted all around, is for the general manager to abdicate genuine responsibility for the problem, how do we use computers? But this is just one of those issues for which he should hold himself personally accountable. Consider, this is a problem of vital importance which affects the firm at large, and responsibility for it can be discharged. The general manager alone should say what he demands of automation. If the issue is left to under managers who run parts of the firm, they will inevitably proceed to reinforce the barriers between their 450 divisions by divisional automation, and they will inevitably entrench their old, discardable, methods by the automation of hallowed techniques. Thus, if there were a genuine need for automation specifically in the office or specifically in the works, the company secretary and the production director are the very last people who should be charged to decide about it. Yet, under the present structure of management, the onus is likely to fall entirely on them. If it does not, it may fall on an automatic data processing specialist within the firm, or seconded from the firm whose equipment is to be bought. This is also quite wrong, for these people must inevitably seek to adjust the world's situation to the equipment instead of the other way round. When general managers, commissioning the appropriate research as their own thinking develops, begin to demand that automation be used thus and thus, and that equipment be devised to operate thus and thus, the advance of automation can begin. It is held up at present by the equipment manufacturers, who must perforce sell the machinery they make, simply claiming or assuming that this is the right sort of equipment. Of course, they are not to be blamed, it is the general manager who is culpable. At this stage of the game, there can hardly be a more important matter to compel his own attention. For the art of the possible. This challenge leads straight to the question, how much can the general manager demand what really is possible, and when, are critical issues, and unequivocal answers must be attempted here. It is a maturely considered and not reckless statement that any automation that is required can in principle be done. That is to say, it would be wise not to reserve any activity or capability as a solely human prerogative. Hence thinking about these matters should begin in an open state of mind that considers what would be desirable rather than what appears to be attainable now. For there are certainly two views about this attainability. Some experts, gloomy in their awareness of the development difficulties faced by any new project, understate what it is already known how to do. They confuse the design attainability with the hardware availability. Other experts, excited by their knowledge that something can be done, forget that we do not yet know quite how to do it. There are, then, three distinguishable levels of attainment. Firstly, there is the mathematical demonstration that a particular facility can be automated. Secondly, there is the design specification as to how to do it. Thirdly, there is the availability of reliable ironmongery. 451. It was argued earlier that the immediately available equipment may be wrong for the job, because it has been designed in acceptance of a structural framework we may wish to destroy. So although some automation has been done, and some novel applications not yet seen could nonetheless be done forthwith, most of the automation advocated here would require a development phase. This means working in the gap between the second and third levels of attainability. However, the gap between the first and second levels is not nearly as populous as most managers believe. Practically all decision processes belong in the second-third gap. The capabilities that do belong in the first-second gap are the strictly biological rather than psychological processes. For instance, we can show that it is possible for a machine to reproduce itself, but we are unable to demonstrate other than trivially how it works. This is mainly because we are short of suitable fabrics rather than suitable concepts. In short, there is no synthetic protein. Now if even the most advanced notions of control of the firm by automation belong in the second-third gap, the outlook is bright. A personal judgment is that the lead time required is of the order of 10 years. Many management people, and even electronic experts, would put the ideas described here in the wrong gap, because they have not paid any serious attention to developments in cybernetics. The result is that they would suspect a need for huge investments which would not pay off until all of us were dead. No wonder there is not much incentive to press forward, and practical automation advances at a snail's pace. But of course these results will not in fact be attained in 10 years if managers leave developments to the existing inoperable system. It is only the artifact of biological processes which perforce waits on new ideas of fabric, that may take 50 years to mature whatever managers do. The artifact of biological system, with its capacity for decision and control, can be mounted today as a viable project for operation in about 10 years. Suppose that a general manager did mount such a project, what would it involve? In the first place, as argued, it needs his personal direction. Second, it calls for a first-rate or team to work for him directly, and this team must include a cybernetician as well as computer experts and automation specialists. Naturally, under the interdisciplinary dispensation of OR, the team would include scientists from other fields too. It would be wise to second an imaginative senior manager full-time to the group, this being a second-best arrangement from that proposed above for later use, in which the entire senior management might itself become. 452. A problem-oriented group. This idea cannot yet be considered, for the firm would grind to a halt. Next, the terms of reference must be imprecise. The general manager is directing the work personally and he is thinking aloud through his or team as he goes along. But the object of the project is clear: to design an automatic nervous system which will as far as possible automatically control the company according to the policies from time to time laid down by its human management. Now 2 points about this are very important. The ultimate goal must be established. This is said contrarily to the possibility that some piecemeal alterations be made to see how we go. Second, the route to the goal must be established. There are both practical and theoretical reasons for these demands. In practical terms, one would no sooner think of destroying and rebuilding the management structure overnight, than of pulling down the entire plant and rebuilding that at one blow. But this does not prohibit the rebuilding of plants. The old must be dismantled in planned steps and replaced by the new. The theoretical point is this: there is cybernetic knowledge about the seeking of known and unknown goals. It is certainly possible not to fix the goal, but to evolve towards an unknown solution which would not be recognized until it were reached. Let us suppose that the goal lies in a phase space having 1 million possible states. This is the measure of the problem's variety. The phase space can be imagined for convenience as a square array of side 1000. If we hunt over this phase space for the goal, the search will take on the average 500,000 steps. If however the goal is known, the task of reaching it becomes the task of inspecting the two coordinates of the array, a search having a mean expected number of 500 steps in each case. Thus the reduction of effort in the known goal case is from 500,000 to 1,000 steps. Hence, if it is possible to know the goal, and the manager nonetheless prefers to adopt an experimental and evolutionary approach, the inefficiency of the attack is measured as 0.2%. Of course, the selection of a two-dimensional space is arbitrary, as is the size of this particular problem. The case is merely illustrative. In general, the known goal seeker is operating on the nth root of phase space variety in any n-dimensional space. The more structured the problem, the higher the n, and the much more efficient is the search. Returning now to the question of imprecise terms of reference, which are not to be confused with the precise goal for the project that is to be. 453. Developed by the research, the arguments of Part I of this book are recalled. Here is an outstanding case for applying those arguments. It will be necessary to ask whatever the firm is all about, what it is trying to do. It will be necessary to avoid any preconception about structure at all. Therefore the real phase space of the problem is very wide indeed, and the thought blocks enclosing the accepted and much smaller phase spaces must be battered aside. To exemplify the dangers now in mind, it is worth considering a business, rather than industrial, situation for a change. Some operational research work has been done in the business arena, but not a great deal. Yet in considering the information and automation aspects of science in management, the business world is a major potential client. Banking, insurance, stockbroking, finance, these are all great undertakings whose stock in trade is information itself. So the relevance of scientific thinking about information is not confined to the management of affairs, but applies to the affairs themselves. Consider, then, the example of banking in its day-to-day activity of handling current accounts. The British Bank, to the depositor, is a particular building. This building is open for business from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on all 5 working days of the week, and also for 2 hours on a Saturday morning. The depositor arranges for his personal salary to be paid to the credit of his current account at this bank, which money the bank holds paying no interest. The depositor has a book of checks with which he may pay his creditors, who pay his checks into their own banks. The banks all clear the checks, reconcile the accounts, and charge the depositor for this service. Alternatively, under the relatively new credit transfer system, the depositor may arrange for his bills to be paid directly by the bank, using a single piece of paper to authorize the payment of them all. The bank then sees that the accounts of the creditors are duly credited. If the depositor requires cash, he goes into the bank, writes out a check, and receives money in exchange. All this activity requires much paperwork. The depositor writes out many checks in longhand. These have to be read by cashiers, read again by ledger clerks, posted, and so on. Here then is an immense flow of information, and the question of automation arises. Can machines be made to do any of the work? In the first place, a machine cannot read what is written on the check. It would be possible to make one that could, true, but it would be very difficult because people write so badly. However, a machine can read print of known fount, and a machine can read stylized symbols easily, too, if they are printed in magnetic ink. Obviously, then, the first thing to do is to transcribe the depositor's longhand statement on the check. 454. Into such symbols, so that it can be read by a machine which can then post the ledgers automatically. Of course, someone must read the check in order to print the symbols so that no one will need to read the check, and of course the cashier must still read the check himself. Never mind, a common language for banking is in process of elaboration, and this is a valuable outcome. It is not denied. Nor is the painstaking committee work of the banks and their technical advisors open to challenge. But it is surely permissible to ask whether automatic check processing is what ought to be done for banking by automation. From the standpoint of the management scientist, armed with the discoveries of cybernetics, the methodology and techniques of operational research, and the ironmongery of modern electronics, the whole idea is absurd. Here is a devastatingly obvious case of the automation of human limitation. Moreover, it is a case in which the phase space of the banking operation considered has been rigorously set by history. No one has thought of reconsidering, or alternatively dared to reconsider, the entire situation, although this is manifestly and not covertly required. The depositor does not enjoy writing out checks. He could not care less about the check except as a means to a distant end of payment and perhaps receipting of bills. Yet the check is the centerpiece of automatic check processing and the cause of all the trouble. Then there is the depositor's need for cash. Is this sensibly met by operating hours fixed for just those times when most clients can least easily use the facility? Clearly not. In fact, the facility available, as described in the penultimate paragraph, is almost certainly not what the depositor would like in any particular. But to alter all this, it is protested, would involve radical change, not in processes alone, but in the formulation of the problem, in the policies underlying the present answer to the problem, and even in the organizational structure of the bank itself. Which is just what these chapters are all about. One vast and general thought block appears to be holding up any prospect of major reform. It is the belief that customers demand a personal service. In the first place, this might turn out to be wrong. Some people, it may well be, would rather be serviced by quick, accurate machinery yielding comprehensive clear-cut statements, than be bumbled over by people who may appear to know less about the matter in hand than they do themselves. In the second place, what customers demand is subject to change by various pressures and incentives. Thirdly, the reputation for personal service can, if deemed really necessary, be retained as a gloss on efficient automation rather than as the substance of administra. 455. One startling feature of the automatic check processing system, in some banks, is that the periodic bank statement remitted to the depositor has lost the name of the payee of each check. Instead, the check number alone is quoted. This loss is a highly significant sacrifice, for the naming feature was one of the very few aspects of the old system which most depositors appear to have approved. But the banks concerned did not flinch from inflicting this trauma on their clients, once it became an indicated outcome of the data processing investigation. Thought blocks, it seems, are unselective and arbitrary. Now it may be disappointing to learn that no pat statement about what ought to be done will be offered here. The competent research has never been commissioned, therefore the answers are unknown. The competent research has been offered, but the bank's reply was to say that the matter was well in hand. In order to prove what long-range, careful thinking was being put in, one bank advised that a young accountant had been charged with the task of exhaustively examining the bank's procedures. He would report on their possible automation in due course. Moreover, said the bank proudly, they realized that this was not a simple matter. They would not expect to hear from the young man for 15 years. The reader is left to work out just how many of the conclusions drawn in this book about modern management methods have been violated by this policy. It seems quite clear that the banks should seek to meet the needs of the depositor, and should first find out what these needs are. This is a job for or with a strong human sciences orientation. The next job is to work out how these needs should be met, under the major constraint of security. That is the situation. Without knowing what the outcome would be, it is certainly plausible to suggest that checks as we know them might vanish, and that bank cashiers as we know them might go too. As to computers capable of reading symbols written in magnetic ink, the likelihood is that they would never have been heard about. But, to exemplify an argument set out earlier, the plausibility of removing these check-reading machines now is weak. The old irrelevant system is becoming expensively and concretely entrenched. Hence, for example, the chance that a depositor's own bank will ever be more than the building down the road is minimal. If the depositor needs money in a strange town, he has to make arrangements for facilities there. If he is caught unexpectedly, he has to pay for the branch where he finds himself to establish those facilities with his own branch. But given automation, it ought to be possible to interrogate a current account. 456. Wherever it is, from wherever the depositor may happen to be, as easily as if the depositor had walked into his own branch. Now the banks are attempting to move in this direction by relating branch accounts to a zonal computer. It seems very doubtful to the cybernetician, however, whether that intention can be pressed very far. The reasons for this allegation are to be found in section 4 of chapter 15. The idea of communicating computers is unsound, because the amount of requisite variety available in existing social systems cannot be duplicated by the channels that link the computers. So if there is to be one bank, and not just a collection of virtually self-contained branches, the whole system must be rethought as an entity. The policy of gradual automation, whereby branches in the same vicinity are zoned, and then the zones are linked, and so on hierarchically, is bound to fail. It is the old story of interconnected autonomous organs in a body that lacks a central nervous system. What has been said of banking applies, mutatis mutandis, to other industries that deal in information. The archaic worlds of insurance and stockbroking have a desperate need of automation, applied on valid cybernetic principles. So has the whole majesty and profundity and chaos of the law. So has government administration, both local and national. As the standard of living rises in any country, a higher level of social sophistication demands more and more of all these information industries. they are less and less able to provide the service needed. The attitude they adopt to the facilities of automation is unscientific and trivial. What is possible for them all, however, is nothing less than a new, cheaper, more effective activity which could revitalize those aspects of society with which they have to do. But no amount of serial replacement of man by machine, or of machine by better machine, will make good this promise. The automation of limitation will prove disastrous. We must return yet again to the question of structure and to the definition of cybernetics as the science of effective organization. When this point was discussed at the end of the last chapter, the requirement of organizational redundancy was stressed. In the information industries, above all, redundancy of information in the system is vital if errors are to be avoided. There are three quite different aspects to this redundancy, two of them obvious, the third less so. An information system is a network of channels and nodes. The channels are subject to two defects: they may be disrupted, and they may be noisy. If a channel is disrupted, then it ceases to transmit information. There must therefore be a procedure that ensures that alter. 457. Native channels are invoked. If the channel is noisy, then a sufficient proliferation of alternative channels will ensure that the message is passed correctly. Here is the redundancy of which examples have already been given. In information theoretic terms, it may come down to the question of adequate bandwidths. In the terms of computer technology, it may come down to the question of using error-correcting codes. At any rate, the user can be sure that reliable operation is always possible, if science is charged with ensuring it, to a given and arbitrary degree. This, it will be noted, says more than that commercially available machinery should be installed, because every piece of machinery has its built-in capacity to fail, and the vulnerability of each part of the system interacts with that of the rest. This involves the question of the defectiveness of the nodes that link the channels. And again, explanations have already been given of the need for nodal redundancy. The network of channels and nodes has to be designed as a whole, with redundancy in both of those elements, to achieve effective and reliable results. If there are two sorts of element in the system, and both are organized redundantly, where is the scope for yet a third measure of redundancy to be introduced? The answer is, in the way the system is arranged to work. It was argued in the last chapter that it is the possession of information, rather than bestowed authority, that confers the right to act. So in any network of channels and nodes, some subsystem of the total system acquires a commanding state of knowledge at a given epoch of time. A particular ganglion of nerve cells, or a local plexus of the network, achieves command because it holds, and is processing, critical information. In a completely established hierarchy, it is known in advance what subsystems work as entities, and which of them command what aspects of control. But in a self-organizing system, or in a system designed for learning, adaptation, and evolution, it is necessary for alternative groupings to be possible. So the third form of redundancy lies in the potential for command. It is a behavioral, not a structural, component of the system. The trick was learned from the brain, once again, and may readily be observed in operation in any social group. This subtle feature of effective organization was named the redundancy of potential command by the distinguished American cybernetician Warren McCulloch. He has also been responsible for much of the pioneering work in the investigation, analysis, and rigorous description of neural nets. These characteristics of the systems to be automated for use by the information industries are brought out here in an effort to persuade those responsible that the design of structure is all important. They 458. Should wonder no longer at the inadequacy of their own efforts to understand and to employ automation, since the man-machine replacement policy they pursue will obviously not deal with these issues. And it is this very same point that must be made to those who are concerned at large with the social consequences of automation too. It ends this discussion of automation considered as the art of the possible. The advance of automation within a country is at once a determinant of economic progress and a threat to the stability of society. This is well known and well realized, but it is not well understood. People insist on regarding automation as the replacement of men by machines, and they do not penetrate to the structural implications for society. We have seen how industries make this mistake, and how they then fail to progress. Society itself faces the same lack of progress because of the same misunderstandings. In Britain, as in other advanced countries, the labor force demands less work for higher pay. If automation is to come, less work will be necessary, and higher pay will be available. So that is all right. Meanwhile, however, government and management on the one hand oppose the reduction of the working week and the award of pay increases, and on the other hand worry ceaselessly about the proper use of increasing leisure. In this they are misguided. If people are compelled to discuss these matters in a language which equates hard manual work with income, then the increased use of automation will compel them to talk about unemployment, not leisure. The insistence that this is the right language to talk compels people to resist automation. Then the authorities who have determined all this complain about restrictive practices and increased costs. The fact is that the labor force is paid too little to ensure that management finds automation worthwhile. The way to decrease costs is not to minimize the wage bill, but to rethink the structure of the work and to use the facilities made available by science. Thereafter, the wage bill will figure as an overhead, and not as the critical component of product cost as it generally does today. Meanwhile, the citizen can begin to reorganize his attitude to work as something which fulfills his needs, rather than something which conditions his income. The time must come when the opportunity to work is regarded as a privilege and not as an unpleasant necessity. Today, those who are driven to work hard from a sense of duty, or because they are temperamentally inclined that way, maintain an attitude of ineffable condescension towards those who acknowledge or betray that they would not work at all unless they had to. Social commentators have spoken of the Puritan 459 ethic which sponsors this attitude. The pragmatic approach to the problem is quite other. Society can afford to accept the demands of labor in exchange for a peaceful revolution in modus operandi, and it can afford to foster a constructive attitude towards leisure. Before it can do so, its own leaders have to think out what revolution is in the making, and to commission research into the consequential social changes that ought to be brought about. There is, after all, plenty of leisure work required. Most of our industrial towns are not fit places for habitation by human beings. They lack every kind of cultural and recreational amenity, unless we are to judge them by last century's standards. Judged by the needs of an increasingly educated population, a social life largely restricted to television at home and various forms of gambling outside is a disgrace. Britain has an enormous heritage of artistic treasures, which no one attempts to make available to the public. Britain has fine orchestras which can be heard only in a few suitable halls, the public therefore has a thought block about serious music. And while the citizen is invited to pack himself into various sports stadia in the spectator role, there are intolerable difficulties facing him if he wants to take his family for a swim. Amenity centers are required in every town and township. Education needs to be geared to a society in which the intentions of education have some outlet. Hitherto, this ideal has seemed utopian because there has been no money or time available for such unproductive activities. But the availability of labor, under automation, means money. Hence a properly phased plan for the introduction of automation in the firms of a township, needs to be geared to a properly phased plan for the improvement of the township itself. Collaboration between the firms and the local authority could effect this. As automated firms became richer, the industrial rate would rise, the local authority could afford to pay for massive developments, the very existence of which would dissolve the management problems of automation for the firms. As usual, we are faced with a series of false dichotomies in which everyone seems to believe. There are the dichotomies between unpleasant and pleasant work, between leisure and unemployment, between industrial and social enterprise, between useful and useless activity. The most usually quoted social problems of automation are compounded of these dichotomies. They are not real. But they may easily become real, if people insist on talking in these terms. As usual, it seems that an integral solution is available if people will stop trying to sub-optimize those parts of the socio-economic system which they personally decide are 460 important. Apart from the failure to exploit the benefits of science which this entails, the most absurd and unprofitable conflict is arising within each subsystem. The industrialist, for example, with his limited aims, is caught in an ambivalent position. He wants his labor force to work harder, and he wants new methods involving less hard work at the same time. Does the art of the possible condemn society to an extension of the miseries of the first industrial revolution, while the benefits of the second are held back? The social engineering for which we must appeal is often held to be an unavoidably slow process. One recalls slogans about the inevitability of gradualness, from Aristotle to the present day. But, historically speaking, there have been plenty of societies which became too hidebound to be tolerable, and which were therefore overthrown by political revolution overnight. Sudden change is certainly possible, then. Brought about by revolutionary methods, it is also horribly wasteful and sadly inefficient. But socio-economic cybernetics should be able to do better, if anyone determines to try for rapid change. It is, after all, a question of management. The reactions of the mass of the people are remarkably predictable, once they are provided with the language in which they should talk. If that sounds sinister, it is because it is a principle which has been abused from time to time. Whether we like it or not, the future of automation depends upon the cybernetic good sense of the plans made to introduce it, and this includes the cybernetic good sense of the language in which those plans are couched. We can speak, if we wish, of the age of machines, of human degradation in the face of cybernetic advance, of labor redundancy and unemployment. This way, which dominates today's top-level conversation, will lead to social trouble. Alternatively, we can base our policies on the correct notion that a man who does work that a machine could do is thereby degraded. We can speak of the age of freedom, of man the master of his environment, of labor as a personal fulfillment and a social boon, of responsible and constructive leisure. The Luddites of the 18th century were ignorant workers who retarded progress by smashing machines. The Luddites of today are ignorant managers and ministers who talk of the dangers of automation instead of its reliefs. It is their duty to circumvent the dangers, not to frighten the populace. 461. 18. The outcome for government. Therefore one mode of good government is taken as being to obey the laws as laid down, but an alternative is to lay down well those laws that the people abide by. Aristotle in Politics. 1. The law and the prophets. Government is a stabilizing informational process of complex systems. For most of his history, civilized man has regarded government as juridical, a matter of giving instructions, exercising controls and, above all, enacting and administering laws. But we have come nearly to the end of a lengthy book about the nature of control as modern science is able to discuss it. From this vantage point it seems clear that orders, government controls, and laws are best regarded as regulators of a self-organizing system. Orders and controls are the kinds of input which enter into the equations of motion which govern the behavior of the interacting homeostats which compose the state. Laws themselves, on the other hand, fix the parameters of this macro system. Society is, however, a sentient ecosystem and, being self-aware, it is quite capable of rebelling against its systemic parameters. This is an unusual condition for any system, and is the basic cause of political disturbance and difficulty. Aristotle appeared to understand this point in what may well be the most cybernetically perceptive remark he ever committed to posterity. It is quoted above. For rebellion and the overthrow of governments. 462. Derive from frustration in the citizens' attempts to make private and corporate profits within the existing parametric framework. If only, say the citizens, this framework could be changed, we should all be very much happier. People who, historically, do not rebel, are those who regard themselves as living in a free society, that is to say, they do not regard themselves and their institutions as confined or frustrated by systemic parameters. Since, on any objective analysis, a social or economico-political system must be so constrained, it can only be concluded that acceptable parameters are those which people accept regardless of any attempt to impose them. It would be too facile to represent the acceptable and the potentially unacceptable parametric frameworks as characteristic of particular political creeds. Rather, the former is characteristic of a self-organizing state, and the latter characteristic of a state which is in the grip of some kind of tyranny. It is important to realize that what counts as a tyranny is not the state objectively assessed as tyrannical by the historian, but one understood to be so by the majority of subjects under the given system at a particular time. The cleverest kind of tyranny is one in which the populace is hoodwinked into believing that it operates as a free society. This can happen both under some form of apparently self-organizing democracy and under some kind of autocratic dictatorship. Machiavelli did not live in vain. If people on the whole wish to live in a certain fashion, then those laws which make this verdict precise will seem to the citizen to maximize his profit. Thus it is that government depends upon informational processes rather than upon mandatory powers. It was observed in Chapter 15 that many of the notions most commonly entertained about social and economic control are based on false dichotomies. For example, centralization and decentralization, monopoly and free competition, nationalization and private enterprise, were all regarded as dimensions of argument which had no basis in systemic law. Equally, then, the regulators which deal in these terms are not the vital instruments of government that they appear to be. On the contrary, wise and clever government does not begin with many precise notions about what people and institutions ought to do, nor does the basic information circuit begin with government as transmitting instructions to the populace. Rather does it begin with the receipt of information about how the populace, both privately and institutionally, is behaving. If government, with its mandate to govern and its special prerogatives, then wishes to change that behavior, its task is to change the structure of the system that produces it. 463. After all, the mass of the people is not competently organized to generate anti-government behavior patterns. All its objectionable activity can amount to is a self-organizing behavioral characteristic of the system as it is now structured. That is to say, reverting to the arguments of Chapter 14, that the system as structured is moving to a more probable state by its own anthropic drift. To procure another set of outputs, government must so change the structure that the direction of these entropies changes in its favor. This is done only incidentally by issuing instructions or exhortations, it is done fundamentally by changing the role of institutions. As has been concluded in so many instances quoted in this book, people misread these structural changes as economic changes because they always discuss them in economic terms. For instance, the importance of nationalization is not that it puts the means of production, distribution, and exchange into public ownership. The people are no more competent or indeed able to alter the course of an industry than were the erstwhile shareholders of the companies of which it was composed. What matters about a political change of this kind is that the structure of the industry is fundamentally changed, both internally and in relation to suppliers and customers. In Britain, the various nationalization moves that have been made, under various auspices, in this century, have failed for the most part to make explicit what the structural changes vis-a-vis the external environment were supposed to mean. The meaning of internal structural changes becomes quite clear once modes of organization have been settled. But the external relationships depend upon such factors as whether the transmogrified industry is supposed to be making a profit out of its customers or not. This has been left notoriously inexplicit. Thus the law falls foul of the profits, for the intentions of law cannot go beyond the notion of service to the nation, whereas no one knows how to measure service except in terms of its profitability. The operational research has not been done. Inside the country it governs, then, the task of a government is to define structures so that their entropies move towards a more probable state desired and also made explicit by the government. One might think that, in invoking the principles of self-organizing systems, it would be unnecessary to make explicit what the aim of the system was supposed to be. But this reckons without the psychological factor, which is in fact the major variable with which the government must deal. What is the law and what counts as the good citizen's reaction to the law are both major determinants of what people and institutions will actually do. Some groups regard themselves as bound by the law but not by the 464 intention of the law. Some regard themselves as bound by both. Certainly a relatively small but virulent minority wishes to circumvent both if it can. Thus a government's engineering with complex probabilistic systems within the state is quite largely a problem of arranging to do things in a way which produces a predictable pattern of psychological reaction. Behavior will remain the criterion of success and failure, but this behavior is conditioned by psychological predispositions, and those in turn are part of the informational circuitry. It is the predisposition of the governed which closes the loop of government. To recapitulate, this loop begins with the government's receipt of information from the populace, but the foundations of this information are based on predisposition, which is in turn created by the government's activities. This ecosystemic loop is closely analogous to that expounded in Chapter 16 to account for marketing problems. Indeed, the government which does not wish to provoke a rebellion does well to regard itself as marketing its policies. At this point it should be noted that once the dependence of a control system on an information circuit has been recognized, the inevitable failure of a complex system to provide perfect information has to be faced. Requisite variety can be obtained, as has been seen, and the channel capacity for it can be provided too once the idea is secure that two halves of a vast system interact through a rich elemental connectivity rather than by means of an exiguous thin stream of information passing from one block to another. In the case where either an hierarchic structure or the appearance of human beings as nodal points arises, however, special problems of informational corruption also arise. Those at the head of hierarchical organizations invite biased advice and information. They are as it were lethally cocooned by their staffs. Their greatest problem is to ensure that the state of the real world, and particularly the error-controlled feedback messages which it generates, are reaching them. The informational model that uses entropy is valuable here. Since the entropy of the system is, by the natural law, increasing, a complex system self-organizes itself to denature its leading spirits. They, for their part, are seeking to attract and to store negentropy, which is another word for information. Hence a familiar battle automatically occurs in the very task of keeping a complicated hierarchical structure in being at all. Such a system that is growing needs an immense input of education and training, of selecting and conditioning, merely to retain its existing level of sophistication. This applies as well to a civilized nation considered as a whole, as to any particular enterprise. 465. The conclusion is contrary to the law which says that structure spreads through a self-organizing system as it matures, because of the polarity introduced by insisting on a particular hierarchical pattern. That demand has to be supported by organizational energy. In the case of interactions between two human beings who are peers, the corruption of information arises mainly because each has an inadequate model of the other. John understands the behavior of Cyril only through his model of what Cyril is really like. Therefore messages transmitted by Cyril will be degraded to the extent that any mapping from Cyril onto John's model of Cyril involves variety reduction. The behavior that is transmitted will in any case depend upon the adequacy of the other model that which the transmitter entertains himself. For example, John comes to dinner with Cyril and is given a finger bowl. John, while reflecting that Cyril uses oddly shaped glasses, drinks the water. Cyril registers John as the sort of man who drinks the water out of finger bowls, clearly an iconoclast. Each of these men is using quite valid information which is passing between them, processing it through a false model, and drawing incorrect inferences which may well affect his future actions. Nowhere is this kind of failure in communication and therefore control more apparent than in international affairs. If two diplomatic terms take the place of John and Cyril, it is evident that considerable conflict will arise without either teams knowing quite why. On the contrary, if they do know quite why, a very intricate and dangerous situation may be resolved, as the result of each team's adopting the other's known conventions. Suppose for example that two major powers are locked in a diplomatic and quasi-military deadlock. Suppose that each side is dedicated to the use of science in decision-taking, and that this leads the set of advisors on each side to make use of the theory of games. As has been pointed out earlier, the theory of games is somewhat restricted in the models it is able to deploy, and these limitations are very well known to scientists. In particular, the man is impelled, if he wishes to reach a clear-cut conclusion, to stretch a real-life problem of this sort onto the Procrustean bed of the two-person zero-sum game. Each side may know that the other side is likely to be doing this, and can verify its expectation by various tentative experiments which simulate the threat of actual war through diplomatic and military maneuvers. Suppose then that each side does come to this conclusion about the other, it will obviously be encouraged to use the same model itself. For although it knows full well that the model is grossly inadequate as accounting for the real pressures and complexities of the problem, these 466 fade away in significance on the understanding that the opponent will behave as if the real situation were as simple as the only available model contends. It follows that, although the genuine situation offers incomplete information to each side about the other, each is going to act as if it had complete information. Therefore the game which both sides are modeling has a saddle point, that is to say, an optimal solution which both sides can, and doubtless will, calculate. Therefore each side makes the following deduction: we cannot afford to play any other strategy than the minimax strategy, which determines the saddle point and of course the outcome of the game. Moreover, each side respects the intelligence of the opposing side and knows that the opponent will have come to the same conclusion. In such circumstances, each side will act as if the game were over. And the game will be over. In other words, the conflict is resolved. An interaction of this kind between two major powers might well be called an inferred war. It seems very likely that inferred wars may already have been fought. For example, the clash between America and Russia over Cuba in 1962 could at the least have involved this element. If so, the world stood momentarily on the brink of total disaster, but for a reason different from that normally proposed. For if both sides were using an inadequate game-theoretic model, there was not the slightest risk of nuclear war. No nuclear strategy could possibly be dominant in a game determined by these limits. No, the appalling risk was that one side or the other might have ceased to act scientifically, or that the other side would so fear this possibility that it would itself abandon the known to be inadequate model. In either case, it could be expected to revert to an old-fashioned conquest model instead, and set out to conduct its gaming experiments in real life. By this means, the inferred war would have become a real war. But neither of these things happened, and it seems that the peace of the world is 1,000 times safer as a result. For the first test of nerve is always the worst. Another time the two sides will be the more ready to assume scientific rather than emotional decision-taking by the other. Even if the state of science delimits the adequacy of the model, the conventions of conflict may see the world through. Although the context of this argument is totally novel, its conclusions seem to bear the stamp of historicity. It ought to seem strange to the objective historian that for centuries opposing forces were willing to draw up on a particular battlefield, to encamp and to spend the night preparing for a formal clash at dawn. Why did the opposing 467 manders accept this convention? Why did they not arrange to outflank each other by night? Why did one side not simply go away? Such questions as these are unanswerable except in the context of a language which both sides agree to speak. The case is then that a new language, just as inadequate perhaps, but based on a common understanding of what science can do, is being forged today. If so, it should be noted that military security, hitherto a primary virtue in a combatant nation, becomes a danger and not a requirement of war. In the inadequate game-theoretic model, neither side can exploit information about the other, because the game has a fixed saddle point. It is important, on the contrary, to each side that the other should have all its information. If so, and if the case of Cuba is a good example, the real risk was that the Russians might have thought that the Americans would not know that nuclear arms were being installed. Now no serious attempt appears to have been made to conceal those nuclear arms, so it is at least possible that the Russians thought it important that the Americans should know that the Russians did not think that the Americans might not know. In short, a circumstance which left political commentators gasping at the time, could easily have been a deliberate move to ensure that the conflict remained in simulated dimensions. A consequence of this kind of argument is that the real threat to world peace does not lie with major powers who have tacitly accepted some set of scientific conventions for the resolution of conflict. If there is a nation which has nuclear capability, and is a lethal threat to the world at large, but which is not scientifically oriented towards potential conflict, then that nation is a menace to peace. Small wonder that the foreign policy pursued by both the world's major powers has been directed towards containing the spread of nuclear arms. Such are the subtleties of governmental problems of control, both internal and external, to a given country. But when these problems are rightly seen as structural and informational, rather than as having to do with command and the issue of orders, progress can be made. The law, both national and international, is of this kind. And because international understanding of the point is, at least in official terms, non-existent, it is not surprising that a great divergence exists between what is written down as law and what counts in practice as law, which is probably no more explicit than an accepted convention ever becomes. The great challenge to contemporary government is to acquire insights into how the control system of the nation and of the world is really working. 468. This leads to the final point of this introductory section. The practical concern of government must be above all to recognize its problems. Many ministers appear to believe that the acquirement of power is an end in itself, and they behave as if their job were to ornament the office they hold. The problems that arise can be handed to experts to resolve. But this ministerial posture assumes that the problems correctly identify themselves, whereas the whole lesson uncovered in this book is that they rarely do so. The result is that much brainpower is wasted in attempting to provide answers to problems which either do not exist, or which are so perverted in the setting that the answers are virtually meaningless. Lord Mountbatten has told a wartime story which convinced him of the truth of this argument. One of his advisers, Geoffrey Pike, had transmitted an immense report to Lord Mountbatten. He found on the first page a quotation by G.K. Chesterton, extracted from one of his detective stories. Father Brown laid down his cigar and said carefully, "It isn't that they can't see the solution. It is that they can't see the problem." Mountbatten drew the correct lesson. He comments, "Yet the habit in those days was for military planners to put problems to scientists for them to produce the solution. From now on, I said, scientists were to be associated with the planners in deciding what the problem was before they were asked to solve it. It is no good getting the right answer to the wrong questions, you've got to get the right question before the right answer can be of any use." The point seems simple, but the lesson has by no means been learned. 2. The state and polystability. As with industry, so a fortiori with government, it cannot pose the right problems, still less find their solutions, unless the system in context is understood. Therefore systemic models will be required, very much on the lines of those already discussed, within which to examine specific issues. Unfortunately, in national affairs there is an even bigger problem of data identification and collection than there is in industry. National statistics are often inadequate for our purposes, they contain many ambiguities, and a dangerously long lead time is involved for the decision maker. Accordingly, operational research ingenuity will have to be shown in devising models which are not too sensitive to these deficiencies, and this in turn requires that a new metric be devised in many cases. National decision takers assume far too lightly that they require data in the form in which it is customary to present them, and that nothing can be done. 469. To improve the speed and accuracy of presentation. On the contrary, if science were confronted with the necessity to provide a more rapid response in the system, it could doubtless devise a metric in which this would be possible. To illustrate these points, and to contrast possible new methods with those currently accepted, an analysis will now be given of the situation facing the British government in 1961 in connection with the spread of technology. This is a typical case of a national policy requirement. Many economic, industrial, and educational policies depend on it. A very competent example of the orthodox approach to the task of forecasting in national affairs appears in a government white paper entitled The Long-Term Demand for Scientific Manpower, which was laid before Parliament in 1961. The paper is set out as government papers normally are, as an analytic argument with parenthetical explanations. But it is reproduced at figure 56 in diagrammatic form. This diagram, it must be clear, is the author's own version of what the white paper said. On the other hand, it was not denounced after publication as misleading. The picture is projected to the year 1970. It will be seen that the various factors considered are expected to change their value in the next 10 years by various amounts which are indicated. The distinguished committee which produced the study acknowledged the following facts. No standard questionnaire was used. The projection was based on informal views. Assumptions made about the state of affairs expected to exist in 10 years' time were not uniform across the study, and the growth of output from technical colleges was assumed to increase at a steady rate. For all these reasons, the authors were suitably modest about the accuracy of their forecast. Needless to say, however, little was said about possible errors or the effect of these assumptions when the paper was reported in the press. But we shall be concerned less with the adequacy of the statistics, than with the structure of the model. See how it works. The left-hand side, which deals with the supply of technologists, is quantified numerically. There is a known planned increase in the provision of places for technical education, and it is assumed that all these places will be created and will be taken up. This implicitly assumes the willingness of potential students and teachers to cooperate. In the case of teachers, it explicitly assumes that the ratio of university teachers to students will be maintained, and that there will be a 50% increase in the intake to training colleges. Next, it is assumed that the 470. Figure 56. Model underlying white paper, long-term demand for scientific manpower. Key change estimated, based on informal views. A assumption, 1959 rate unchanged in 1970. 471. Wastage from these places will remain at the rates obtaining in 1959. The output of qualified persons joins with the existing stock, and is joined in turn by immigrants from abroad who are assumed to arrive at the same rate as heretofore. The total pool of qualified people is then depleted by a second form of wastage. The result of all these assumptions and careful statistical estimates on the supply side is remarkable. Whereas there were 173,000 qualified people at the last count in 1959, there will be 346,000 in 1970. So the supply of technologists is due to grow in the next 10 years by a factor of precisely 2. The demand side of the model starts with the people who are already there, and goes on to estimate the changes in population in some detail, by public and private sectors, to avoid systematic errors. The process begins with the estimated population of the whole country in 1970. But the 1959 ratio of employment to population is assumed to hold, and so is the ratio between manufacturing industry and other sectors. This increased technological manpower is assumed, on the whole, to feed into each consuming industry by the 1959 ratios, although in the cases of iron and steel and construction work the informal views result in a prediction that the manpower used will not change. In the case of shipbuilding, it is sadly held that technological employment will drop by 25%. However, universities will maintain their student/teacher ratios, which will slightly improve in technical colleges and schools. Even so, postgraduate research will absorb 25% or more people than before. The estimated increases in demand from these preliminary assumptions are still determined by informal views. There is an undisclosed change in usage by central government, deriving from another assumption, that the rate of expenditure on research and development will remain static. Local government usage will rise by 25%. Airways, railways, and fuel and power will all take an increased number of qualified people. The chemical and oil industries will increase their usage until the density of technical people in general equals that already to be found in the leading firms. What happens to the leading firms themselves is undisclosed. Most of the private industry, it will be seen, is due to increase its density of science and technology, and shipbuilding will do so by a factor of 4 differential improvement more than offsetting the drop in employment. It is evident that the demand estimate made in such detail to avoid systematic bias, shows that exactly twice as many technically qualified people will be required in 1970 as were required in 1959, although there remain a few complacent quarters where the factor actually works. 472. Out at 1.9. This conclusion also is remarkable in itself. But when we compare the two estimates, for supply and demand respectively, credulity is really strained. It seems that by a remarkable serendipity the supply and the demand of technically qualified people will be exactly in balance at the target date, 10 years ahead. The virtue attaching to this conclusion is surely much enhanced by the fact that the structure of the argument, as can be. Figure 57. Amended white paper model conceived as a partially self-exciting system. Seen from the drawing, proposes no specific interaction between the supply and the demand halves of the diagram at all. Doubtless the committee realized that components of both halves would in fact communicate with each other, but the interaction is nowhere made explicit. To the scientist, it is precisely this interaction that matters, it is this interaction which will determine the balance that will doubtless occur. For that balance is in fact obtained by homeostasis. The trouble is that it may bear no relation to the nation's need. Secondly, the cybernetician in particular observes that the form of this interaction will be interpenetrative as between the blocks of the system. Even so, the scientific model building can begin from the simplified diagram offered in Figure 57. The real-life system clearly includes a powerful self-exciting element, a feedback between existing demand and existing resources whose value 473 is unity when these two things are held to be equivalent as they were held to be in 1959. Science can propose various models of systems of this type. As drawn, Figure 57 is structurally identical to an economic model taken from Keynes, and this is in turn equivalent to a simple electrical system. An electrical generator that is partially self-exciting has the independent excitation of a dynamo, and a feedback from the self-exciting winding. An economic system of similar type has the independent excitation of investment, and a feedback from the self-exciting consumption of goods. Both the economic and the electrical models concern steady-state behavior, in which circumstances the analogy between them is formally exact. The model of technical effort is isomorphic with them both, for the situation as conceived by the white paper is certainly not dynamic. Structurally, this system is indeed partially self-exciting. The possible technical effort for 1970 is exhaustively compounded of existing resources, taken as having unit value, and the provision of new resources which, being independent of the first component, was also taken as having unit value. The output of this effort, however, does not offer independent quantities. It consists of an element expressing the existing use of effort, which is assumed to continue and which may be called a proportion K of the total. Secondly, it consists of the new use of effort that is to be made by 1970, which is the complementary proportion Lk of the total. This seems to be a fair account of the white paper's outlook, expressed in systemic terms. By setting up the equations characteristic of the system, and taking the partial differentials, it was quickly shown that the feedback loop had an effect on the input called S. In fact, that input, of unit value, becomes multiplied by a factor 1/. In Keynesian economics, this factor is precisely the investment multiplier. In the case of the generator, it is the value by which the self-exciting winding amplifies the separate excitation. In the present model, it is in turn the factor by which the provision of new resources is multiplied to create the technical effort possible in 1970. Hence, after applying the feedback, we obtain E equals S, where E is the possible technical effort, and S is the supply of new resources. Transposing, this gives S equals E, which means that the planned provision is equal to a proportion 1K of the 1970 effort. But this is exactly the proportion said to be in demand on the right-hand side of the government schema, where D equals E by very definition. The argument is, then, that the government's analysis was based on a hidden model, not made explicit, under which the conclusion that supply 474 and demand will be roughly in balance in the future is itself assumed in the structure of the inquiry. The investigation illustrates Lord Mountbatten's thesis. Questions are often begged in the no man's land between the knowledge that a question exists and the attempt to answer it. Formulating the question is itself a key task. The fact is that the question with which the government ought to concern itself is not one of the demand for technologists at all. The real concern is surely for national survival in the face of foreign competition. Figure 58. Homeostatic adaptation, a model of the technological need to survive. A problem of ecosystemic adaptation in which science and technology play commanding roles. Demand within our own system is not necessarily strongly coupled to survival. To say that it is would be to assume at least four things. First, that the demanders are entirely aware of the problem. Second and third, that both they and the educationalists are willing as well as able to face it. Fourth, that management is competent to translate the supply that meets its demand into effective action. These unfulfilled conditions are the key to strategic model building, which must take into account not only demand and supply, but willingness and effectiveness. In short, the real question is not, is there more or less demand than supply? It is this, is demand sufficient to meet the need? Now the need cannot be entered into the systemic equation itself, because it is an expression of the response of the entire system to the challenge of its 475. Ecological competition. The system meets the need insofar as it can demonstrate a power of adaptation towards survival. Thus it is that we derive a schematic diagram of characteristic form, as shown in Figure 58. This schema describes a homeostatic model which, by this time, we readily understand how to use. It offers, in particular, the opportunity to discover by methods of simulation the effects of interaction in the system, and through this knowledge to make predictions about the effects of alternative policies for technological development. The particular difficulty encountered in the study of national ecosystems is, as was remarked earlier, the difficulty of defining a metric appropriate to measuring such aspects of life as those nominated in the boxes of Figure 58, and of obtaining actual measures which are up to date. To find a practicable approach to the problem, we are going to need a new idea, that of polystability. But first comes a recapitulation. The self-vetoing homeostat itself is by now a familiar structure, and it will be recalled that each of the boxes composing such a system represents a decision space in which the subsystem nominates a representative point. If the trajectory of the whole system carries this representative point into a subset of preferred states, then the particular subsystem which is so satisfied will distribute messages that call for a cessation of adaptive experimentation. When all subsystems are so satisfied, the total system achieves its ultrastability. There has been no need in earlier chapters to draw attention to the undoubted fact that many systems contain subsystems having more than one subset of preferred states. Hitherto, we have gathered all satisfactory representative points into one location, drawn a ring round them, and called them preferred. But we shall now take advantage of the fact that it is often more natural, especially in very large systems, to distinguish between groups of preference, any one of which groups may define an area of satisfaction roughly equivalent to any of the others. That is to say, the systemic trajectories may carry the representative point of a subsystem to one of several loci, each of which satisfies the criterion for ultrastability as far as that subsystem is concerned. A diagram illustrating such a polystable system is given in Figure 59. This diagram shows how a subsystem of a homeostat may often be divided into a collection of zones, each of which has an equilibrial point which now stands for a set of preferred states. Suppose that the representative point of this subsystem is at this moment somewhere in zone F. Then the meaning of the arrows converging on the dot in zone F is that the representative point must be carried to this position before the 476. Behavior of the subsystem is equilibrial. This means in turn, according to earlier arguments, that the entropies of the subsystem are such that if the state of the system is represented in zone F at all, then it will tend naturally to arrive at the equilibrial location. A zone structured by these lines of entropic drift is called a confluent. Consider the case where the representative point is in confluent F. Influences passing round the homeostat, of which this whole subsystem is a part, cause the point to be thrown out of equilibrium but. Figure 59. Diagram to illustrate nature of polystable system. It remains within the confluent. Therefore it will tend to return to its own position. This is precisely the relaxation phenomenon familiar to control engineers. However, a sufficiently violent impetus from elsewhere in the total system may throw the representative point out of its confluent altogether. Then it becomes possible to specify a transformation, for example, F registered K. This means that the system's representative point has arrived in the new confluent K, where it will eventually settle to the K equilibrium point. This structuring of the decision space of the subsystem means that a new kind of metric is available for describing reactions within it. For example, a particular policy applied to the total system might be described as having a serial effect specified by a chain of transformations, thus, F registered K registered L registered A registered C and so on. The rules determining these transformations specify the conditions in which the system will change its stable state. In a practical study, it will be found that these transformations are not fully determined. We face a probabilistic system, as 477 might be expected. Therefore the behavior of the subsystem is to be described by a matrix of transition probabilities, in which some transformation chains of the kind just nominated are more likely than others. There are three special types of transformation to which attention must be drawn. The first of these is the transformation E registered E. This, the identity transform, is the condition where the representative point of the system is trapped in a single confluent. That is a lethal state of affairs. The system can no longer adapt, however much it is stimulated, and however often the point leaves equilibrium in E, it always returns. This is the model of overspecialization, of obsolescence, leading to extinction and death. The second type of transformation is one of the form, A registered B registered A registered B registered J registered A. Now the system has gone into a reverberatory oscillation. When this happens in the brain, the subject is called neurotic. Official policies, particularly in the field of economic affairs, seem to be given to such neuroses. Finally, there is a third peculiar transformation deriving from the equilibrial cycle shown in confluent D. In this case the point does not entirely settle at all. There are, as it were, a number of competing equilibria, and a stimulus greater than that confluence threshold can contain will throw the representative point into one of several possible alternative confluents, depending upon the position of the point in the cycle at the time. Thus, the transformation from D is defined as D1 registered G, D2 registered H, D3 registered I. The phrase confluent threshold is now all important. It is obvious that what matters in the behavior of the subsystem is the sensitivity of its stability to input information from the rest of the total system, and there is first of all a marked distinction between a weak and a strong impetus. An input pattern constituting a weak stimulus will be defined as one which moves the representative point within its own confluent. A strong stimulus throws the point into some other confluent according to a transition probability which may be established. What counts as a strong stimulus will depend entirely on the entropy contours of any given confluent. Some equilibrial points are more unstable than others. Thus the strength of the stimulus that will throw a representative point out of any given confluent is a measure of the confluent threshold. The idea is, then, that we should no longer seek to measure the characteristics of large subsystems of the type under discussion by orthodox measuring rods, but by their expected systemic behavior in response to stimuli. Suppose, for example, that the amount of technical education at present available defines a representative point for the subsystem of supply in confluent F. Local surges of demand, political. 478. Lobbying, salary changes, and so on, are the weak stimuli which cause the point to move around its equilibrial position. To this locus it will, however, return unless a strong stimulus hits the system. For example, at the time of the white paper discussed earlier, Russia was spending just 4 times as much on education per inhabitant as Great Britain. Suppose that a real issue had been made of this fact in Parliament, and that the whole nation had been shocked. Certainly, this stimulus is sufficient to move the representative point. The question is, has it moved out of the confluent F or not? If the result of the parliamentary debate is that the government announces an intention to build a dozen new technical colleges and 5 new universities, then doubtless a transformation will occur. The supply situation will radically alter, and it will be possible to say F registered K, where confluent K represents a different educational structure, of different capacity, and of different metabolism. The messages that go out from the supply system to the other 3 subsystems will be strong impulses. The point of the research will be to determine what transformations are likely to obtain therein. Confluent thresholds have to be determined, and transition probability matrices set up. The advantage of this metric now becomes clear. It is probably not possible, and almost certainly not worthwhile, to make elaborate differentiations among the very high variety states of the system. Society moves against massive inertia, and its behavior patterns are so stable that subtle changes have little effect on results. It is reasonable to suggest that a simple 5-point scale will usually offer sufficient discrimination in nominating systemic changes. Either things remain much as they are, or they are a little more or less profitable, or a lot more or less profitable. Profitability is here judged according to context. In the case under discussion, it is clear that movements conducing to a wider use of technology would be regarded as more profitable, and movements restrictive of technological advance as less profitable. So the conclusion is that subsystems of the kind that are now entered into homeostatic models to deal with problems at the national level can be structured as polystable fields, in which a metric is obtainable in terms of confluent thresholds measured on simple scales. If the scales are thus simple, then the obtaining of the actual measurements is not too daunting a problem. The techniques of the social sciences in investigating behavior are relevant, so are the operational research techniques of simulation and gaming. Methodologically, the point is to wring the maximal information out of the minimum data, by ensuring that the way 479. The system is structured and is interacting is properly taken into account. The great discovery of management cybernetics is perhaps that the outcomes of policies are determined more by the macrostructure of the total system, its subsystemic interactions and the anthropic infrastructure of the subsystems themselves, than by the particular causal relationships which are activated by particular decisions. The research counterpart of this state of affairs is that very much more is learned about what ought to be done by inference from the system's cybernetics than from the analysis of enormous masses of data. The importance of this conclusion cannot be overemphasized. Almost the whole of government research is, quite typically, devoted to the collection and analysis of information about what has happened. Hard-headed people like to say that these data are the facts of the situation, and are therefore what most matters. On the contrary, they are so much flotsam, floating about on the anthropic tides created by the systemic structures below the surface. Given a full understanding of those submarine structures and of the currents at depth, which are the more important facts about the system, it becomes possible to predict effects on the surface using very little data of the former kind. 3 Systemic studies of national problems. The stage has now been set for a discussion of the use of science in helping to determine national policy in any field one cares to specify. The methodological approach to these huge problems seems to be quite clear, and its comprehension leaves us poised to take a huge leap forward in the rational conduct of affairs. The argument runs as follows. In every department of government, science has already made some advance. There is no need to disparage what has been done. There is certainly no reason to halt the forms of research with which we are already most familiar. A good deal of operational research has been undertaken into management problems involved in the administration of various government responsibilities, in various parts of the world, and the details will not be recounted here at any length. Typically, some troublesome issue is examined to see whether a better solution than that already used is available. It may be that a more effective deployment of resources will improve a refuse collection service. It may be that scientific research can show how an entire ministry ought to be reorganized. There have been many such studies of specific issues. This kind of attack is eroding the massive problem of government from the base, and will eventually make big inroads into it. Yet progress is slow. The reason? 480. Seems apparent. It is twofold. In the first place, it is, as has been noted, extremely difficult to identify what really are the problems. In the second place, it is extremely difficult to relate sensible solutions to those problems to other issues in the same problem area. If the notion is once understood and accepted that the whole problem area can be mapped out in cybernetic terms, then not only will useful policies become quickly ascertained and verified, but the detailed research already going on will acquire a systemic framework. These points can be illustrated from a number of fields. Consider the problem of running a health service. Now doctors have problems in organizing their practices, and some operational research has been done to find out how the work of the general practitioner may be facilitated. Yet this work is delimited, as is the doctor's own authority and responsibility, by the boundaries of general practice. What happens to the doctor's patients when they are referred to hospitals and to specialist consultants is notoriously hard to integrate with the general practice itself. How the pharmaceutical world supplies the doctor and his patient with their drugs and other necessities is a second subsystem virtually uncoupled. More operational research has been done in each of these two fields. Projects have been undertaken on the ward organization of hospitals, on the information flow within them, and on the organization of outpatient departments, for example. But for the most part these studies are not even integrated within the macro system of the hospital, still less are they integrated within the total system of the health service. Plenty of work that has not been started can quickly be imagined. For example, it would be possible to investigate prescribing habits and the dispensing of drugs and medicines. No doubt quite specific work in this restricted area could result in a vast reduction of the total national bill for these items. But again, the study is necessarily incomplete, for the behavior of the subsystems constituting general practitioners on the one hand and pharmaceutical manufacturers on the other is implicitly bound up with the political policies that are being pursued. For example, the amount of medication specified through the use of one prescription will depend very much on who is paying for that prescription and by what methods. The doctor's first duty is to his patient. If a poor patient has to pay the full cost of his medication, the doctor will tend to prescribe small quantities. If, as has happened during a period of some years in Britain, the state pays for the medication leaving the patient to pay a nominal sum for each prescription, then clearly the doctor will tend to prescribe large quantities for poor patients. 481. It seems clear that the systemic structure of the entire health service ought to be studied first. An approximation to its systemic behavior ought to be obtained by methods such as those advocated in the last section. Then it would become possible to see where to apply operational research to the infrastructure, and how to define the problems that have to be solved. In Figure 60 a start is made in the creation of such an account of the health services. Even this simple diagram emphasizes at once that all the Figure 60. Health service, an interactive system. A equals citizens in preferred state of treatment. B equals doctors in preferred state of successful activity. Subsystems involved are entirely interdependent. By comparison with what is known of present practice, it suggests that the importance of properly organized information flows is paramount. It suggests that, since both cost and payoff are functions of the whole diagram, questions as to who pays and who is paid what for what can be decided in terms of the system's total behavior alone. Remember that pay and conditions on the one hand, and all manner of charges on the other, have effects on the metabolic rate of the system at large, on its efficiency, and on all other parts of the system through amplifiers and feedbacks of many sorts. Above all, it suggests that the desiderata of health are not to be influenced by direct action in any one direction, they are maximal outputs of the total system. Simulation of the system is going to 482. Reveal what policies will produce what required effects, and also what side effects both desirable and undesirable. It will reveal much about the optimal allocation of funds. Note that figure 60 itself is the product of guesswork, not research. More detail and better analysis would have to be provided if this study were actually made, but sufficient is shown and said to indicate that we can learn more about health services by structural systemic study than by contemplating statistics. It is the same story as before. As with education and health, so with transportation, the systemic totality is what matters. As long as each of the forms of transportation available in the country is regarded as distinct, and as long as each of them separately is required to show a profit, so long will the national good in the matter of transportation be overlooked. Rich routes between major towns, for instance, will be the subject of intense competition between all forms of transport, whereas outlying districts will tend to get service from none of them. In fact, from the national point of view, there is likely to be an optimal mode of transport for every kind of thing moved between any two particular places. Also, from the viewpoint of national efficiency, it becomes important to discover which these are, and so to regulate matters that the optimal methods are used. It is futile to protest that a democratic country must not regulate matters in this way. For it is the government alone which specifies what permission, even what capital investment, can be awarded to the needs of railways and of roads, for example. Therefore the government constrains the situation from the start. Insofar as pricing policies for transportation services are a major factor in the national economy, a government can hardly disclaim any responsibility for influencing them. Where the services concerned are actually under national ownership, then the responsibility is absolute. Again, the situation is discovered where much use of operational research has been made to examine how traffic should flow on roads, how aeroplanes should be organized to arrive and depart from airports, how railway services should be grouped, and so on. But it seems that nowhere in the world has a systemic model of the overall transportation problem been created. The task simply appears to be too great. But, and this is a necessary repetition, the task appears too great simply because the methodology used is analytic. It is assumed that a detailed understanding of all the components of the system must be acquired before a proper account of the total system can possibly be built up as an aggregate of these elementary bits. Great efforts have already been made to show that this is a fallacy. 483. Exactly the same arguments apply to the national fuel policy. Operational research has been undertaken to a considerable extent in the coal industry, and to a lesser extent in the electricity industry. Very little has been done where gas is concerned, less still in the area where it is most required, that of atomic energy. A great deal of ore goes on in the oil industries of the world, and it is aimed very specifically at higher profits for that industry. Even less possibility exists that this fuel should be integrated with the others, because it is in private hands. Yet the nation's access to fuel is a prerequisite of every kind of progress, and it is of tremendous economic importance that the various fuels should be optimally used. Again, the approach from the total system is terrifyingly absent. When it comes to matters of security, an interesting fact emerges. In many countries, most notably Britain and the United States, the research undertaken into military policies and decisions was for many years devoted to individual arms. Only recently has the absurdity of this subsystemic approach been realized, and both the countries mentioned have made large and dramatic efforts to integrate military security. But these efforts are by no means complete, nor is the research undertaken by any means integral. Of all the departments of government, however, it is the service departments which lead the way in the approach to cybernetic understanding. And this is not surprising, because it is very clear that in a fluid strategic situation as encountered in actual warfare, the vital necessity of understanding all arms of the service as part of an integral warlike capability is paramount. Once the powerful ecological threat of extinction is removed, however, civilization typically collapses into its subsystemic attitudes. The breakdown of a police force, which is also responsible for security, makes a startling contrast to military security. In most civilized countries, police forces are compartmentalized by region and by function to a degree which makes a national optimum completely impossible. Occasionally, a national effort can be mounted and be successful again under the stimulus of serious threat. Massive or otherwise serious crime may result in a mobilization of subsystemic effort into a totality which is momentarily impressive. But in general, this does not happen. Moreover, even within the subsystems of the constabulary, organization is looked upon more as a matter of command structure than as an informational interaction. Yet, given that all large complex systems are in or out of control and more or less successful by virtue of information alone, the point is nowhere more obvious than in the detection of crime. The interaction of the subsystems criminality and law and order. 484. Can certainly be described as a self-vetoing homeostat. Suppose that every briefing meeting of a group of intending criminals were actually attended by a policeman. Then it is obvious that the police force would deploy themselves to catch the criminals in the act of committing their crime, and the chances of committing a successful crime would be precisely nil. This is one limiting case. If we then take the case where virtually no information about criminal intent reaches the police, then the chances of the culprits being caught are a direct function of the search procedure used by the police to monitor the world in which crime is committed. Since this world is of extremely high variety, the police force is faced with a variety generation problem, a system of patrolling, a system of informing, a system of detection. All these are variety generators. But it is extremely difficult to attain to requisite variety. Consequently, the criminal's actual chance of success is remarkably high. This seems to be the position society is in today. Finally, however, if the police send messages to the criminal subsystem declaring exactly what their intentions are, the first case is reversed. The criminals are enabled to avoid police surveillance, since they will decide to move entirely within the complementary set of police activity. In such cases, no criminal could possibly be caught at all. This is the second limiting case. It follows that a police strategy should seek to gain variety by every permissible means, and not to lose any variety by passing information to the criminal. In fact, any regular system of police activity, such as patrolling according to a time schedule, is at once seen to be an indefensible strategy. It will be recalled, for example, that most escapes from prisons and prisoner of war camps have in fact been based on this subtraction from the jailer's variety. Even in some such matters as the detection of road offenses, deductions can be drawn from the requisite variety law. There is, after all, a class of known bad drivers, those who have previously been found guilty of some offense, or those who failed to pass certain tests which could be set up. Yet this large group of people, who are potentially causes of accidents, intermingle with the law-abiding motorists. The result is that a low-variety police surveillance has to detect the law-breaking motorist in a high-variety situation and normally fails. That is, most offenses against road discipline go unpunished, because they are not observed. There are only two basic methods of meeting the provisions of the requisite variety law in these circumstances. One is to increase the amount of police surveillance until no motoring act is unwatched, and this appears impracticable. The other is to decrease the variety of the field to be surveyed, and this could. 485. be done by compelling the potential offender to advertise his presence. For example, if every motorist convicted of any road offense were required to transmit a special signal from his car which the police could receive, then police patrols would have a feasible control task. Moreover, selection tests could be administered which would detect a potentially dangerous driver. The reason why such tests are not encouraged and are certainly not acted upon at present, is the basic legal requirement that until a man has actually done something wrong he must not be penalized. Indeed, this seems reasonable in the present case, since no infallible selection test can be envisaged. But it would not be a particular hardship on some suspected driver to advertise his presence on the road so that he could come under special surveillance. It is not the function of this chapter to make actual proposals about the way in which government departments and the services they control should be organized and administered. Scientists believe in undertaking competent research before reaching conclusions which they can put forward as the basis for recommended action and decision-taking. But it has somehow to be conveyed what is meant by the notion of engineering with uncertainty, and constructing control systems out of information circuits. Above all, it has to be made clear that there are laws of cybernetics which, disobeyed, result in an inefficient set of strategies. As was said at the outset, government is an informational process of complex systems, more than a question of mandatory law, simply because there is no variety generator capable of enforcing the latter. There seems to be but one exception to this rule. In the case where society at large is prepared to regard a particular action as reprehensible, immoral, perhaps, as well as illegal, then the offense may become very hard to commit. The reason is quite specific: requisite variety is being supplied by the entire population, since any one citizen may turn out to be an informer on any other citizen. Reticence or cowardice may in fact prevent that citizen from intervening in practice, but the palpable risk that he might do so is an inhibition on the criminal. It seems as though any sphere of government can be treated in this fashion. The most obvious example has been left until last. If all branches of government are really dependent upon informational processes, then perhaps the most important branch of government is that which supplies the channels of communication. This is the branch of government responsible for posts and telegraphs, for the press and for broadcasting. There is certainly a 486 trivial sense in which the importance of these services to national government may be viewed. No would-be conqueror would fail to make the conquest of the seats of these services a primary target of his invasion. But the more important sense in which this branch of government matters is that it supervises the only means by which other branches of government are made possible. Therefore it is a mistake to think of the national means of communication as a primarily commercial and social requirement. It is fundamentally an economic requirement. This is the modern position. The historical position was quite the reverse, because the means of communication were created by the powerful to serve the ends of power. So it pays to reflect on the way in which the managerial approach to these matters is influenced by history, with the result that the public is treated as the master of the system, whereas the national economic need tends to be neglected. At present, Britain seems to fall between the two stools. The public is not in fact a master of the system, despite letters signed by civil servants as obedient, for the individual citizen feels powerless in the face of a bureaucracy. But the deployment of government by no means exploits this unavoidable situation for the national good, since it continues to accept fruitless gestures of mastery from the public. For example, the citizen is permitted to send through the post any kind of letter or packet, almost regardless of the way in which it is addressed or the security of its fastenings. The result is that the government spends an enormous amount of money in dealing with this noisy input. There is great scope, in the national good, for change in the whole structure and method of communication. It must begin from an inquiry into the multifarious reasons for having communication at all, and work out the systemic optimum which meets these reasons. The result would take account of modern technology alone. It would ignore the vestigial methods now in use, because they are no more than glamorous versions of outdated technologies. This is why no off-the-cuff attempt to draw a diagram of the optimal system involved can possibly be attempted here. it is by no means clear that it ought to incorporate the obvious boxes of posts and telephones at all. A new start is required, a new solution ought to be obtained, a new plan for converting the existing system to the new one would be essential. Finally, it will be wondered why the departments of government dealing with the economy itself have been omitted from this list. Although the list is partial, it would surely have been appropriate to dwell on the role of the Treasury or of the Ministry for Economic Planning. The answer to this question summarizes the entire argument. It looks very 487. Much as if the economic planning and control function ought not to be regarded as a department of government at all. How the economy responds to everything that is going on is an output of the total system that is the state. That output can be effectively changed by structural intervention as between departments alone. There is a vital but not very interesting bookkeeping job to be done by the Treasury, it is true. But the control function it exercises is vestigial, too. It persists as a relic of the idea that monetary policies ought to determine socio-economic policies, instead of acting merely as constraints on what the nation undertakes in total at any moment. The reason why the British economy oscillates so seriously is that feedback is applied to change the metabolism of the subsystems of socio-economic behavior, as a transfer function of departmental cash balances. But these are the crudest possible measures of ecological interaction that man has yet devised, and they take no notice at all of systemic interaction. For control of a decision. However much light may be shed on government policy by the approaches so far discussed, it remains a fact that decisions have to be taken. Moreover, the decision-taking machine is itself a complicated and disseminated organization of people. While this is also true in some measure of an industry, there is very often an autocrat at the head of the business who will mold the decision-taking process and eventually take the decision himself. But in the civil service this is no longer the case. Perhaps the minister will adopt the autocratic way in given cases, but he will on the whole dictate the broad lines of policy, and leave the process of reaching the correct decision within this framework to his staff. The kind of decision which is most important, furthermore, is not of the binary variety. For example, it may appear to be a binary decision to say whether the nation needs a new steel works or not. But any decision that it does involves the determination of a number of issues. For we must know what we are talking about. A steel works is nothing at all specific. It will be necessary to say that we are speaking of a steel works of between 300,000 and 500,000 ingot tons per annum capacity, that the works is located in this region rather than that it is or it is not integrated with an iron works, that its major processes will be of one kind or another, that its raw materials and power will come from certain sources, that its products will range over various broad lines. It is only when this much has been determined about the subject of the decision that a decision 488 can at all be taken. So the kind of decision to be discussed is one which specifies a goal. Given a specified goal, it will be a matter for detailed planning and perhaps research and development to elaborate the intentions. Now the process of the decision which specifies a goal is an elaborate informational process, and we may investigate its efficiency. The starting point of a search for a goal is the present state of knowledge as it bears on all the factors involved. It may be noted that this knowledge constitutes a very large amount of information, but normally much of it is uncodified, and most of it is widely disseminated among many institutions. Hence the starting point of the search is an inefficiently connected, inadequately referenced, high-variety store. The search for a decision is in part a task of retrieving and assembling existing information. The decision to erect a particular steel works might possibly be uniquely determined by what is already known. If not, the rest of the search involves research into unknowns, and the assembling of results. Both kinds of search are aimed at a goal, which is really the specification of a feasible outcome. No one specifies an infeasible outcome if he can recognize the infeasibility. Now it is relatively easy to make a feasible decision when all the threads come into the hands of one autocrat. But if the decision is being taken in parts and in sequences, the men concerned often tend as a group to specify between them an infeasible outcome which not one of them is in a position to recognize as such. For the characteristics underwritten from time to time by different authorities interact, producing directly or indirectly inconsistent demands. Thus it is best to view the searching process not as something that builds up to the goal, but as something that eliminates inconsistency and indeterminacy until the goal is laid bare. Given the feasible outcome, the decision itself is simply to say whether what has been specified is worth the money, or otherwise sufficiently profitable, in comparison with other goals which could be met within the budget available. So the problem is this. The goal specifications, which those who devise and produce it regard as very complicated, is from the decision-maker's standpoint the simplest entity of all. It is a unit package of information. The starting point of the search is a disorganized, high-variety source sufficiently rich in information to specify thousands of unit packages. Once searching begins, there is a high variety and more organized informational input, also sufficient to specify thousands of unit packages. The task is to destroy variety in this process until one unit package is left, the feasible outcome. The goal has to be identified. What concerns the decision taker is the efficiency of this informational process. The first scientific statement that can be made about it is 489. The overriding determinant of efficiency is the use made of the initial degree of knowledge as to what the goal is. What is the outcome that the search must make feasible? It is possible to know the goal from the beginning, it is possible not to know anything about the goal until the search hits and recognizes it. The initial position on the continuous scale linking full knowledge to total ignorance about the goal largely determines the length of the search. The use made of that initial position largely determines the efficiency of the process. The reason is that a competent search will use variety generators constructed from an understanding of what the goal really is. When the notion of a variety generator was first introduced, in section 4 of chapter 12, an illustration was drawn from the need to search a map. That argument was used again in chapter 17. To reiterate, there is a decision space, regarded as a square array, containing 1 million small squares. The unknown goal lies in one of these small squares, and there is no reason why an heuristic procedure for finding it should stumble on the answer early rather than late in the hunt. Then the expectation is that the goal will be discovered after 500,000 steps from square to square. If, however, the goal is known in the sense that the coordinate system of the square array is known, the search is made much easier. It is now necessary to hunt for one row out of 1,000, and for one column out of 1,000. When the values on the two coordinates are known, the goal is uniquely specified. This procedure involves a search over twice the square root of the original number of small squares, and the expectation is that the answer will be found in 1,000 steps instead of 500,000. This means that to use a generalized heuristic procedure when the goal is, or could be, known in terms of the structure of the decision space is inefficient. The decision efficiency in this case is, as we saw before, 1/5 of 1%. This measurement is startling. The more complicated the decision, the more startling it is, because the efficiency is dropping as the square of the complexity of the decision. So this time through the explanation let us generalize. The sort of decision in which we are interested is n-dimensional, where n is a sizable number. Hence if the variety of the decision is v, the total space for search is as large in general as the nth root of v. So the expected length of search is in general 1/2 nv1/n. These statements about decision procedures accord well with intuition. To illustrate, to delimit the possible types of iron ore to be used in the iron works of the integrated plant automatically delimits the possibilities of many of the processes that can be followed later. 490. In order to exploit the efficiency of a properly conducted search for a goal specification, it is necessary to analyze the dimensionality of the decision involved. From experience in the analysis of large-scale decisions, it seems that no algorithm exists by which to set about the task of stating the goal. Anyone involved in the process sits down to write from his own viewpoint, mentioning whatever seems to him to be important, building in what may be noise, and omitting whole areas of vital facts. It thus becomes difficult to collate statements from different sources, or to be sure that the information we use, and this is the criterion of efficiency. The rigorous approach to the problem is to undertake research directed to setting out all the characteristics and considerations involved in terms of a logical formula. Now, the use of symbolic logic at this point has an advantage: one can detect which variables are completely determined by other variables in the system. Such variables are variables no longer, for decisions about them are subsumed within decisions of higher order. In this way, unnecessary embroidery is kept out of the formulation of a problem, and unnecessary sub-decisions are not taken too early. What this formula has to do is to take the completely unstructured idea of the goal, and to give it structure. The logical variables involved are all listed by some notation, and connected together by means of logical notation: conjunction and disjunction, implication and inclusion. If decisions can be reached about all these logical variables, we say, then the steelworks that is wanted is fully specified as a goal for the planners and those conducting research and development. The management decision process at this stage, then, is one which will settle the state of all the variables, cutting down the total variety V to a variety of 1. By giving this structure to the problem, we set up the necessary conditions for an efficient decision-taking procedure. In the first place, it will no longer be possible to indulge in a politically motivated or prestige-seeking search across the whole decision space V, as so often happens in real-life cases. In the second place, it will not be possible to have subsidiary issues entertained and discussed. The real coordinates of the decision have been marked out. Thirdly, we have eliminated the risk that people insert meaningless statements into the goal outcome, an interesting aspect of the matter. In general, it can be said that the negation of a logical variable ought to constitute a meaningful possibility. Thus, open hearth furnaces, when negated, gives non-open hearth furnaces a perfectly sensible outcome. But official papers. 491. Seeking to define a goal often bristle with bogus logical variables that do not meet this test. For example, it is often said that a product should be lowest cost. But it is simply vacuous to ask for the product that does not have minimum cost. This would be a positive plea for inefficiency. What the cost will be is a function of all the procedures laid down to create a product sale. These procedures may of course be examined in order to reduce cost, but they are entirely consequential upon the decisions which determine the framework within which cost will be computed. Bogus statements of this kind must be kept out of the logical formulation. Assuming then that a logical formula about the goal specification has been set up, and that we know the number n of logical variables, the remaining question is to specify a control procedure for the decision takers. Their job is to propose logical values for the logical variables, which is a process that will take time. Now, if the efficiency of the process is to be controlled, a measure of some kind is required. It is precisely a measure of the uncertainty that exists in the system. Variety V of the decision space includes all possible outcomes, therefore the initial uncertainty is very large. The uncertainty remaining at the end of the decision process is precisely nil, because the variety will be 1, a specified unit package as the goal. Hence we want to measure the uncertainty and track it over the months of decision-taking until there is none left. Obviously, the process ought to be monotonic decreasing, that is, there should always be less uncertainty left now than before, and never more. If there were more, the sub-decisions already taken would have been abrogated. The management would need to know about this. Moreover, it is likely that the process of removing uncertainty normally follows a certain curve, or at least belongs to a family of curves. If so, a normative control system could be created to monitor the process of this decision-taking against some criterion of good decision-taking. The measure of uncertainty required is an entropy. Measures of entropy were introduced in Section 3 of Chapter 14. Consider one of the logical variables, say, for example, the existence of an iron works in the context of the steel works. This offers a binary alternative, and the decision takers must say either yes or no to this possibility at some stage of the argument. If there is a pair of alternatives between which to decide, and neither is more likely than the other, then the entropy equation is H == 1. When a decision has been taken, one of the brackets will go to =0, and the other will cease to exist. This means that the entropy has completely disappeared and that the decision has been taken. 492. If one outcome has a prior probability greater than the other, the uncertainty is somewhat less. For instance, if there is an 80% likelihood of selecting one alternative, we get H = plus = 0.3. A committee of 10, divided initially in favor of and against a particular outcome in the proportion 8:2, presents this much uncertainty that is left to resolve. If there are several alternatives of equal likelihood, then we get H = -4 = 2. Now there are many issues to be decided, specified by the totality of logical variables. According to the logical formula, the selection entropies of these have to be summed to measure the total uncertainty of the decision. Thus we reach the classical formulation of an entropy, in general, H = S. This is the measure of uncertainty that will be applied to the decision process. When H = 0, there is no uncertainty left and the goal is specified. Now the way in which this measure is applied in a particular case is a matter of research and experience in using this tool, but it should be clear that if the alternative specifications for each variable can be listed, then the uncertainty introduced by this range of choices can be measured. Adhering to the simplest case in which all the choices are equally likely, we get a simplification of the measuring technique. Suppose that there are m choices. Then the entropy equation gives. This, it will be remembered, is precisely the version of entropy found in classical thermodynamics. It is also a measure very easy to apply. And when it has been applied to all of the logical variables, the sum of the entropies so measured will measure the uncertainty of the decision. This is another way of saying that the total number of possible outcomes is a permutation of all the outcomes for each variable in turn. In a particular case which has been studied, the entropy of the decision was 43. As explained in Chapter 14, the reason for using logarithms to the base 2 is that it creates a measure expressed in terms of binary digits or bits. Now 43 bits is a measure of variety v = 243. This number is in fact the total possible number of outcomes which our procedure has allowed us to entertain. Lest it be thought that any logical formula is bound to be unduly restrictive, or that not much effort is required to remove an uncertainty of 43 bits, it may be advisable to state what this number of alternatives actually is. 43 bits, then, specify a variety of 243, which equals 8,796,093,022,208 possible alternatives. The analysis, argument, formalization and metric involved generate a control procedure for decision taking. Put briefly, it is this. The first. 493. Objective is to specify the goal. If an or scientist sits in at initial discussions, or otherwise acquaints himself with the nature of the goal under review, he will be able to prepare a logical model of the nature of the decision space. This means that the dimensionality of that decision space is specified from the start. He should next investigate the logical structure of the choice system attached to each logical variable, and create a measure of selection entropy. According to the argument that the task is not to build up a complicated requirement from elementals, but on the contrary to reduce a large number of initial possibilities to one, the following course is undertaken. A data graph is set up, showing the initial variety which must be reduced to 0. This is the measure of the unspecified goal. A tabulation of the logical model must then be prepared. This means that all the logical variables are listed, together with the choice structure that applies to each. This is circulated among all decision takers for their views on the choices that ought to be made. Where unanimity is obtained, the decision may be said to have been taken. This of course reduces the total entropy by the amount of entropy appropriate to that logical variable. but the fact that one of the logical variables has now been fixed begins to reduce available variety in other dimensions. This is analogous to fixing on one row of a square array, only the column is left to choose. In the steelworks illustration, it meant that once an iron ore input pattern was agreed, various other processes would be delimited. Now it is possible for the ore scientist to ensure that the entropy of each remaining choice is appropriately reduced as the consequence of each choice already made. For he has the tool of the logical notation of the general formula, and can work out consequential delimitations of choice from choices that have been taken. This is a technical matter, but it can be said in round terms that any decision made about a logical variable is likely to affect the range of choice remaining for all other logical variables which follow it and which are preceded by an implication sign. For this reason, entropy remaining falls faster than the decision taken itself expects. That is, more uncertainty is eliminated in making a choice than the choice itself eliminates. To repeat the earlier rigorous statement of the saving, the variety-generating system reduces the length of search for the goal by the factor 1/2 v 1/2 n v1/n, where v is the decision variety, and n is the number of logical dimensions. We now have a control procedure for monitoring the progress of the reduction of uncertainty down this exceedingly concave curve. 494. As far as the decision taker is concerned, a fairly simple rule can be stated. An attempt should be made to withhold any choice which could be considered arbitrary until later, for, strangely, the object is to take decisions not as quickly but as slowly as possible. For example, if the decision takers were to go through the tabulation and immediately take a decision on every choice, they would reduce the variety to 1 at their first meeting. The goal would be fully determined, and almost certainly it would be unfeasible. This is because contradictory viewpoints would express themselves in incompatible sub-decisions. If, on the contrary, no choice is specified, the goal remains totally unknown and the planning and research effort required to discover it goes back to the kind of inefficiency earlier discussed. So the rule is, determine those choices which are certainly known and unanimously agreed, give general rather than specific choices unless the latter are really essential, provide other comments in the form of notes. This simple rule ensures that the goal specification itself reduces the initial uncertainty of the logical formula very substantially. The new entropy can be marked on the data graph, and another round of decision-taking can begin. We have spoken in earlier sections of this chapter about how decision-taking is to be organized and informed through the medium of cybernetic models of informational processes. We are now talking about the control of the decision-taking. A criterion by which optimal efficiency is obtainable, and a measure by which progress can be monitored, has been stated. All that remains to be said about this procedure is that the curve plotting the expected form of entropy against time has a normative form against which the actual decay curve can be measured. We at once have a fiduciary measure for management by exception, and it is thought that this has never been available to a disseminated decision-taking group before. The normative curve itself may be one of three types. It may be a theoretically expected curve, derived from an exponential decay function. Secondly, it may be an empirical curve derived from accumulating experience of what the entropy curves of good decisions turn out to be like in similar circumstances. Thirdly, it may be a curve measuring the consequences of a decision-taking program evolved by such a technique as network analysis, which was described in Part 2. In all three cases, fiducial limits can be set around the curve as a guide to management intervention, giving exactly the same effect as that obtained by statistical quality control on the shop floor. Some rules about the control of entropy decay against an expected curve can be stated in principle. As was remarked earlier, the elimination of uncertainty ought to be monotonic decreasing. It seems, then, a 495 fair inference that if the curve suddenly rises, meaning that new uncertainty has been imported to the system, the objectives of the decision have in fact been changed. The logical model and the entropy progress chart offer precise analytical tools to discover exactly what has happened, what the consequences are in terms of the entailed delay, and what ought to be done about it. In general, if the objective has changed, and if this is approved, a new model should be made specifying the changed goal, and the progress made to date should be re-evaluated against it. This combined operational research and cybernetic technique has been evolved to deal with the kind of large-scale decision discussed here. It ought to be appropriate to most governmental decision-taking, and it ought to reduce the many years of discussion and cross-reference by the square root factor explained before. Of course, those who seek to measure what has not been measured before always encounter objections. This approach tries to make a start in measuring the amount of decision left to take from first to last in specifying a goal. The undoubted fact that the measures are somewhat arbitrary should not be regarded as fatal to their work. All measurements include a tacit assumption of certain conventions. For instance, the height of this tower is 200 feet assumes that all agree with the convention whereby a ruler is placed against the object measured. We could have a convention that rulers were held at a distance of 100 yards from the measured object, then no one would be surprised if tower heights were quoted at around 10 inches. What matters about measurement is the ability of a metric to generate comparative data, given that certain conventions apply. The real difficulty in comprehending and accepting the approach to large-scale decision-taking given in this section is not that the measures do not measure quantities with which people are familiar, nor that they are more or less exact. The problem is that the conventions under which the measures are taken and quoted are not the tacit assumptions of us all. 496. 19. The outcome for management science. Ce qui s'applique trop auxiliary petites choses deviennent ordinairement incapables de grandes. Those who stick too much to small things normally become incapable of great things. La Rochefoucauld in Maxims. 1. The organization of management science. The future value of science to management depends only in part on managers themselves. The major responsibility rests with the scientists. It is to them that La Rochefoucauld's maxim is addressed, as well as to the managers who are listening. There can be no doubt that the operational research profession as a whole, and even an occasional eminent practitioner as an individual, displays an ambivalent attitude to the point and utility of OR. 4. After a quarter of a century of successful development, many people have lost sight of the raison d'être of the subject. Here is a summary of an attitude towards a potential or job which one increasingly hears taken up by senior or men, as well as by the managers they serve. There is a well-defined problem, the facts appertaining to this problem are readily available, well documented, accurate, there is an established measure by which to quantify the facts, there are known techniques which have proved reliable for solving similar problems. There seems to be no particular difficulty in making another application here. It follows that the outcome of the study will be of this certain form. There is a simple way of implementing the conclusions in practice. When all of this can be affirmed, it is sensible to embark on some work. If any one of these propositions is falsified, then really we 497 ought not to tackle the job. This outlook is anathema. It is a straightforward denial of the historical origins of the subject, as expounded in Part I, and has nothing at all to say about the future potentiality of science in management. Now, it is not denied that there is a place in the team of management advisors for people applying this set of criteria. After all, had operational research been unable, in its quarter of a century, to identify a large number of recurrent management problems and to propose formal solutions for them, then it would have failed. We do have groups of acknowledged problems, we do have groups of well-investigated techniques. The backlog of successful approaches ought to be steadily assimilated into normal management practice. But if the consensus of opinion among OR men is that to offer this service to management constitutes operational research, then the minority will wish to abandon their use of this term. There remain hosts of problems which are ill-defined, the precise questions which ought to be answered being unknown either to the manager or to the scientists. They are characterized by an absence of facts, by inadequate recording of data, by unsatisfactory mensuration concepts, and perhaps by the absence of any relevant metric whatsoever. No one has the faintest idea what would count as a solution. It is these problems which keep managers awake at night, and which some group of scientists ought to attack in collaboration with the management concerned. If, in the consensus of our opinion, to do this is not to do operational research, then we shall simply have to find a new term to describe the activity. This would not be a matter for regret, still less for recrimination. It is important only that the forces deployed in the service of management should sail under recognizable flags. It is as a matter of fact not possible to operate both approaches under the same flag. There are so many differences in orientation, organization, training, and development between the two that they ought to be separated. In particular, the kinds of application made will vary tremendously. Under the prudential policy that OR does only what it knows how to do, the profession becomes stuck with the relatively small things it has already mastered. Managers become used to these little activities and begin to draw boundaries to the scope of an OR group. The most creative and adventurous scientists depart, and the group that is left becomes incapable of great things. This denaturing of what was originally operational research has been observed in many individual groups, and a process looking very like it seems to be occurring within the profession as a whole. Prudence, caution, and respectability have 498. Widely taken the place of adventure, hard work, and the motive to get things done. It is so very easy to offer plausible justification for this. Science is a serious business, and its fair name must not be compromised. The situation whereby an enterprise might make a sensationally large profit, as the result of some scientific research into its policies which might not meet the exacting requirements of a doctoral thesis, is obscene to a certain cast of academic mind. It is, however, what the manager wants. It is what the country needs. This book is concerned with one topic alone: competent management. If a manager guesses when he could use the knowledge accumulated by mankind in its search for an understanding of the world, then he acts incompetently. That is all there is to it. Science in management has to be organized to this end and no other. If that practical criterion attracts odium academica, that need concern neither management nor the scientists who work for it. The universities are entitled to define their own role vis-a-vis society. That leaves the management scientist free to define his own role for himself, which is the function of this chapter. The head of a group that does successful management science is faced with many professional problems. These days the raw graduate is often a man of quite astonishing specialism of knowledge and narrowness of outlook. The potential or man is someone ready to forget that he is what it has so recently cost him so much effort to become. Thus it is that the good potential or scientist is likely to be an interdisciplinarian monk, a man who has come to realize that perhaps no one has ever told God that there is a difference between physics and chemistry. But this demand for breadth of outlook cannot be used to justify ignorance or a slipshod approach to science. The man must know his stuff. He has, moreover, to achieve both these well-nigh incompatible outcomes without being arrogant, and the attainment of a philosophic posture of humility in the face of the universe becomes increasingly difficult for young men faced with the relentless advance of science. Next, the potential or recruit has to know about the world of affairs. He needs, above all, to understand people. It is not worth proceeding with this alarming catalogue of virtues, for it is fast becoming clear that we are defining a paragon. Each one of us is no more than human. Hence, the head of an OR group has to think very deeply about his problems of organization and of operation. His object must be to create a kind of activity which would have been undertaken by paragons were they available, using men himself included who are not paragons. 499. And although this may be strictly impossible, it is certainly possible to get either nearer to the desideratum or further away from it. For example, if the scientists in an OR group are organized according to their disciplines, then the chances of simulating a team of paragons are remote. It does not do to have a mathematics section, a biological section and an economic section. Not only will interdisciplinary collaboration be made difficult, which is a methodological point, but the members of the group will be formally encouraged in the wrong direction, which is a psychological point. Any such group of specialists under its head specialist feeds internally on its own prerogatives protects its outlook from dilution by other outlooks, and comes to behave as if it had a uniquely satisfactory understanding of the universe. So if the OR group is not to be subdivided by disciplines, it must be subdivided into interdisciplinary lots. The most obvious basis for structuring the organization in this way is to select teams of men who look as though they can work together and who have a natural leader. For example, an OR organization might well begin with a biologist, a physicist, a psychologist, and a mathematician. When these people had become used to working together, it would be a pity to break them up, a further team of 4 people could be recruited, and so on. But this approach has serious demerits. In particular, by the time there are 60 scientists in the group, arranged in 15 teams of 4 men each, it is most unlikely that their allocation to a collection of 15 OR projects will be optimal. That is to say, any fixed allocation would fail to release the full potential of the total group to those projects. This appeal to our own principles of systemic integrity provides the clue as to how an OR group can best be organized. Suppose that there are at this moment 60 scientists representing between them all possible scientific disciplines in the group, and that 15 projects are on hand. Then clearly a good OR management would be able to determine the optimal allocation of men to jobs taking into account the mixture of disciplines, the mixture of personalities, the size of the jobs, their current state, and so on. Call this allocation the now organization. In a few days' time, something changes. A breakthrough is made in one of the projects, and other skills are called for, a new job arrives, a new man arrives, and so on. The now organization changes to meet this change. By all means, however, we must be realistic. In a going concern, one cannot make a completely fresh optimal allocation every day. In the limiting case, it might mean that everyone had to 500 change places daily with someone else, and continuity would be lost. What can happen every day, or every week, or better still continuously, is a modification of the now organization to keep the now updated. Given due attention to the momentum of hard work, there will not often be radical changes, but the system will not stray far from optimality. In short, we have a virtually self-organizing system before us. Now it is an administrative if not a scientific necessity that one member of each team should be its leader, the man who takes responsibility for the research. These leaders must answer to someone more highly placed in the organization. Thus if the leader of each team, which exists because it has work to do on a project, be called a project manager, then he should report to a project director or a more experienced man who may simultaneously be responsible for a number of projects. Call this man a projects director, and allow that there will be several such projects directors in a large OR group. It will be noted that no projects director, despite his elevated status in the group, has any actual staff of his own, because any one man, a member of a team working on a project under his direction according to the now organization, may tomorrow be removed to work on another project manager of which is reporting to another projects director. The adaptive optimality of the now organization is guaranteed by this high level of fluidity, and the refusal to tie people to each other in permanent hierarchical chains. But fluidity must not degenerate into chaos. It is obvious that the movement of people must be a controlled movement that pays proper regard to the coherence, continuity, and integrity of each project. To this end, it is necessary to insert horizontal bonds across the pyramidal now structure. This is straightforwardly possible by creating a kind of cabinet out of all the project managers at one level, and another out of all the general managers at another level. These cabinets will, at their appropriate levels, determine the tactics to be followed in matching the group's potential to the work in hand. Although it has been suggested that the essence of OR organization is a now structure, some mode of permanent structure must also be embodied. For tactical dispositions are not the sole decision-making problems relating to OR. There are strategic questions too, and there are administrative decisions of many kinds. But the two cabinets which emerged for now organization purposes are, by virtue of their professional rank, permanent. Thus they can well constitute the junior and senior management bodies in the normal sense. The organization chart at figure 61 looks very different from the orthodox family tree. The permanent organization is depicted by the 501. Figure 61. Fluid organization chart of an or company. Curved lines enclose areas of permanent association and constant interaction. The wavy lines represent impermanent and variable groupings for operational purposes. The network of solid lines defines the ultimate chains of responsibility for discipline and administration only, broken lines the channels of administrative support. Steady lines, the now organization is shown in wavering lines. Now there is nothing unique about this way of organizing a group. There are probably as many modes of organization as there are groups throughout the world. Indeed, it had better be admitted that the particular organization described here is that of the author's own group. At least, it works, and it does not offend or militate against the principles. 502. Of scientific methodology in the management context as elucidated before. There is no point in giving an involved account of all the mechanisms employed in making this group into a viable entity. What matters is that the interdisciplinary nature of scientific work for management is fostered, and that there is sufficient fluidity for efficient deployment of resources. Any group, however placed, and of whatever size, ought to aim at these twin goals. In the small, institutional group there is no real problem. The very large group may adhere to these aims in some such way as that shown. Easy though this may sound, few or groups are organizationally successful by these two criteria. The large group often fails in this respect because of a failure in teamwork among the leading scientists. The horizontal bonds of the organization collapse. This means that subsets of staff cluster around individual seniors like disciples round a master. They resent being asked to work to any other master, and the seniors themselves become possessive. Once this process sets in, the results will be dangerous, for each self-contained pyramid grows more like itself as time passes, and begins to toe a party line. One kind of model begins to dominate its work, one set of techniques is regarded as superior, the operational research attack itself becomes stereotyped. Thus the group as a whole is denatured, losing the very spirit of collaborative inquiry which ought to unify its endeavors and exploit its interdisciplinary capacity. The disease has been observed in a variety of large groups in different parts of the world, and the work produced suffers gravely. Even in the small group, which has only one man of master caliber, the interdisciplinary principle is commonly betrayed. The head appoints scientists of similar temperament and skills to himself, reinforcing his own ability in a supererogatory way and turning his own deficiencies into formal scientific lacunae. It is such faulty organization which is basically responsible for the most dangerous or disease of all, the preoccupation with small things mentioned at the start of this section. For the absence of horizontal bonds between disciplines, between projects, between masters at each level, leads to involution in each team. That isolated team, ill-balanced, does even more work of the same kind as before, and receives positive feedback from management in this suicidal tendency. It takes more and more interest in the fine detail of the techniques it employs, and becomes more and more careless of the management's actual problems. It is not difficult to find groups of men who show immense skill in analyzing situations that can be described as queuing systems or as linear programs, but 503. Whose managerial employers would not think of posing to them a problem of immediate importance to the board. The scientists are happy in pursuing their self-perpetuating studies with ever more finesse. The managers hope all that work is useful, and continue to wrestle with their actual dilemmas as before. They are doubtless wise. 2. Education and training for management science. A recent inquiry about the possibility of entering operational research came from a university scientist of considerable distinction in another field. Surprisingly, he turned out to have no bachelor's degree, although he had attended an ancient university as an undergraduate. He gave as his qualification, sent down for speaking disrespectfully of Immanuel Kant. The explanation, one may think, distorts the facts. However, the story somehow manages to convey the hopeless desperation with which some of the men most needed in operational research regard the academic training open to them. Some would indeed contend that the organization, the teaching, and even the research outlook of some universities is a positive discouragement to both creative and interdisciplinary thinking. However this may be, there is in fact no detectable supply of suitably qualified men emerging from the entire educational system of the United Kingdom. And the men who do enter the profession as a first postgraduate employment find that they have much to unlearn. Many British universities, on the other hand, undertake some postgraduate teaching in or according to a large variety of plans. These range from one-day seminars to full-year courses terminating in a master's degree, and of course it is possible in some cases to read for a doctorate in this field. The very clear difficulty about all this effort is that operational research is not usually envisaged by the university itself as an interdisciplinary subject. Its organization within the university is therefore not discussed in these terms, the courses are neither administered nor taught in these terms, and the examinations are neither set nor adjudicated in these terms. The inevitable consequence is that people who have undergone these courses do not have an operational research outlook when they have completed them. This is not to say that the courses are valueless, it is to say that they are not as good as they should be, and that the potential employer has a lot more training to impart and a reorientation to undertake. Because British universities are organized in the way that they are, the operational research course must be founded in and sponsored by a 504 particular department. Such courses are sponsored in some places by mathematics, in others by economics, in others by engineering. One new university uniquely has an operational research department as such. But wherever these courses are to be found, they tend to suffer from a defect which, on reflection, would seem to be almost inevitable in present academic circumstances. This is that the courses are at root technique-oriented, and not problem-oriented, and that far from being interdisciplinary, they acknowledge one discipline alone, mathematics. Those responsible defend themselves against this charge by pointing to the case study method of teaching which, in one form or another, they all use. But often these case studies are in a way bogus, in that they usually turn out to be chosen to illustrate the application of a standard mathematical technique. The man in real life, on the contrary, finds that problems do not on the whole yield to these particular almost proprietary methods of solution. Arguments on this point will have been encountered passim throughout this book. Clearly an man must know the techniques that are available in the many mathematical cookery books which masquerade as useful or texts. But if a man is a graduate, and is more or less literate and numerate as he should be, the task of mastering the basic technical apparatus of his work is almost trivial. He will need enough mathematics to be able to read these texts, it is true, but if 10% of an Oregon group is actually expert in manipulating the techniques, this is surely enough. What an man is really supposed to do is to think hard about a problem, to bring to it scientific discipline and methodology, and above all to penetrate a system according to his particular insight into the way that nature works. The courses that have been criticized produce instead applied mathematicians in the industrial context, a most useful breed, indeed, but not necessarily the kind of person sought for all purposes. Since the basic problem of operational research is to understand what is going on in a situation, to recognize what exactly is worrying a manager, and to formulate a model of the system involved in such a way that it can be quantified and can provide conclusions which the manager finds helpful, it would seem that the basic discipline to be taught is the philosophy of science. What the world is really like, what counts as a problem, and what counts as a solution, these are the sorts of question the neophyte must be taught to discuss. Because the man must try to advance the frontiers of the measurable against the opposition of the thought blocks which exist amongst managers and scientists alike, it is vital that this instruction in philosophy of science 505 should include a course on the history of science. People have to become aware, not only of the infrastructure of the methodology which advances a scientific process, but of general methodological tendencies in the development of the competent thought of mankind. The man faces psychological problems of his own, he also faces the psychological problems of the manager. It is not an exaggeration to say that some component of the problem which the manager faces is usually a projection of his own personality difficulties. Thus some special kind of teaching in psychology should grow out of the instruction in the philosophy and history of science. In indicating these needs, it is assumed that the candidate is already a graduate, and that he already knows one subject well. If he has been properly taught in his undergraduate years, he may already have acquired some of the understanding to be imparted by the courses mentioned, but it is unhappily a common experience to find that he has no knowledge of these things at all. The advantage of this orientation and grounding is that the student can now be introduced the more readily to sciences of which he as yet knows nothing. He must acquire a sense of balance between the physical sciences, the biological sciences and the social sciences. He ought to know in a descriptive way the vision of the world to which each has so far attained, he should understand in what frontier posts they are now working, and why, and what sorts of outcome can be expected to be forthcoming. The academic work which has been so painfully done in areas intersecting established scientific fields is his great object lesson in the interdisciplinary approach. For example, some biologists have used engineering concepts to further the understanding of control systems in nature. These texts would make excellent study books for an OR course. At present, biological departments seem unaware of them because they usually cannot face the mathematical content, while engineering departments think more in terms of constructing bridges and computers than of cytology. Some basic knowledge of economics, and especially of econometrics, is important to anyone working in the managerial field. He will need to know about the theory of the firm, and such important procedures as marginal analysis and demand analysis. At the operational level, the approaches of both financial and cost accountancy must be understood. The techniques of costing to predetermined standards and of budgetary control, for example, form part of the management alphabet, while the ability to assess investment policies in terms of discounted cash flows is part of the OR alphabet too. There are things to learn at the operational level of industry, also, of other than economic kinds. There are 506 relevant aspects of company law and of the structure and behavior of organized labor. There are basic engineering concepts to be assimilated, particularly in regard to production engineering and to control engineering. There are the fundamentals of computer technology to be studied. As far as the rigorous languages of science are concerned, mathematics and statistics are generally studied by the potential OR man. But unaccountably the study of formal logic is mostly neglected. Every sizable OR group should have a logician if it can find one. But for some other members of the group, a knowledge of the basic principles of ratiocination and of mathematical logic in its elementary forms, should be regarded as essential. The three formal languages may be compared in the following way. An OR man should be able to read a text which uses the differential calculus or difference equations, or writes what it has to say in the language of set theory, although only a proportion of OR men needs to be skilled in manipulating these tools. In statistics, a deep comprehension of the nature of variation and of the ways in which it is handled through probability distributions is essential to all. The notions of significance testing are vital, and everyone should be able to undertake correlation and regression, and the analysis of variance. But again, it is not necessary that all members of a group should be able to handle such tools as stochastic processes, matrices and determinants, or factor analysis, although all should know what they are. As in mathematics and statistics, so in logic, people who depend so profoundly on cogent thought processes ought to understand syllogistic reasoning, and particularly the fallacies which this otherwise barren method of argument lays bare, and in modern logic they should be able to read Boolean algebra, to know how truth-value analysis works, and to read a text which incorporates statements in the predicate calculus. There are several thousand men engaged professionally in operational research throughout the world. Few of them indeed would match up to this unexacting specification. Many would object that it is much too much to ask. Here, after all, are three whole subjects, each of which is very difficult and can be studied at the level of the honors degree. but the difficulty is an artifact of university organization, given that we are not demanding experts, but people with a special sort of literacy in the various modes of calculus which quantify human thought. The urgent need is that these subjects should be taught to or men by people who know what or is and does. Such teachers are not yet generally available except in the ranks of or practitioners themselves. Beyond all this, a demand for some understanding of the arts and humanities may sound a ridiculous aim, but really it is not. In fact, 507. Creative scientific workers are, almost invariably, men of sensibility and not inconsiderable culture. They are more often than not devotees of literature, painting, and music, not indeed because they have attended formal classes on these topics, but because this is the stuff of civilization. It is a common myth that scientists are ignorant of the arts, Philistine even. It seems to arise because they are observed entering the wrong building within the university cloisters. We should have no hesitation in sending them into the right building from time to time. Beware now of thought blocks of the most disastrous kind. It is easy to review the demands that have been made, and to say that a good or man apparently needs a university degree in every subject there is. This is manifest nonsense. What is required is a course which takes all these subjects to a certain point, interrelating them on the way, and this kind of course is terribly hard to contemplate, simply because there seems to be no academic organization which could currently contain it. This does not mean to say that no organization could be constructed to contain it, it assuredly could. But universities are not really constituted in this way, especially in Europe. Once this basic yet interrelated knowledge had been assimilated, however, a series of leap courses could be arranged. By this is meant the study of advanced topics in some of the subjects discussed, which can in fact be understood precisely because of the interrelated background already assimilated. Now, advanced topics in any one subject are normally taught on the understanding that their comprehension can be reached only by a ladder passing through intermediary topics of increasing difficulty. This is because the individual subjects are inevitably, and very properly, taught in this fashion. But in practice it is perfectly possible to explain the theory of relativity to a brilliant postgraduate student whose knowledge of intermediate physics is nil. This same man can learn about the coding problems encountered in the DNA molecule, without having an intimate acquaintance with Drosophila on the genetic hand or the ability to tabulate enzymes and their chemistries on the biochemical hand. Yet this notion of a leap course could well be anathema to any true academic. There is no quarrel with him, he is dedicated to his subject. But I am dedicated to mine. If we need to reorganize the hallowed structure of university teaching for the purposes of management science, there seems to be no reason why we should be debarred. A university taking the still relatively novel course of creating a department in operational research, or cybernetics, or management science, should have the equivalent courage when it comes to curricula. This would not imply an intention or even a desire to undermine the established order of teaching in 508 existing subjects. But it may be suspected that a course of the kind described would attract very many students who had no intention of embarking upon a professional career in or at all. The general degree might become the unattainable target of the many, to be vanquished by the few. At present the very word general seems to be a pejorative term in academic circles which indicates the intensity of the thought blocks to be overcome. Short of the ideal of a new kind of department, which is attainable only with much understanding and goodwill in any given university, it would be magnificent to see courses in or springing from philosophy departments as well as from those already running them. If management science has perforce to be viewed through one of the departments already established in a college, then this might well be the one. For management science is a kind of applied philosophy, philosophy of the sort which investigates rigorous ways of argument rather than undertakes metaphysical debate. But there are thought blocks even here. For 2000 years philosophy has been a pure subject. Many philosophers are perversely proud of the irrelevance of their inquiries to everyday affairs. Therefore the notion of an applied philosophy, having a profit-making potentiality in industry and commerce, will give many philosophers apoplexy. But how often apoplexy is the price of progress? I do not know whether these proposals could be made to work. University teaching is not my job. They are composed from the point of view of an employer of graduates who finds recruitment his biggest headache. Another approach has therefore been invented, which can be and is being tested. It is now the subject of a preliminary trial. The argument goes like this. The good or man blends three kinds of experience. He needs genuine academic discipline to make him intellectually tough, he requires a thorough grasp of the technology which he will manipulate, and he must understand what the world of affairs is really like. Accordingly, a senior lectureship in and 2 research fellowships have been set up in a leading college of technology wherein the central experience of these three can be gained. The research is actually done in this technological context, where the senior lecturer can direct it. But the fellows are organizing their work in a form which makes it suitable for submission as a doctoral thesis in a university. Having been accepted as postgraduate students there, they receive the benefits of a pure academic discipline, and of a university tutor to supervise this aspect of their work. In the part of the year which is not occupied by academic terms, all three of these men work in the operational research firm which sponsors the arrangement and paid consultancy. This 3-year under 509 taking seems to provide what might be called an inter-experiential, if not strictly an interdisciplinary, training. It remains to be seen whether the results give a notable improvement over the orthodox training arrangements which this section has criticized. Something, whatever it is, must be done. The education and training available for future management scientists is grossly inadequate from any point of view. Therefore the profession relies on the sorcerer's apprentice method of development in the great majority of cases. Scientists are put into teams which are doing research, they are made to undertake the more menial tasks, such as sorting and collating data, and the pious hope is that the abilities of their seniors will in some way rub off onto them. After a quarter of a century of operational research, this state of affairs is pathetic. 3. The place of management science in the enterprise. When the management of a large company decides to embark on operational research within the institution, it customarily feels a little self-conscious. It does not want to make a fool of itself, it does not want to spend a great deal of money which may not produce a return, it does not want to upset the existing senior staff. It is for all these reasons exceedingly cautious. A common management tactic that is often observed is the following. An advertisement is inserted in the press, or letters are written to university appointment boards, asking for a newly graduated mathematician. Having mistaken the language of operational research for its substance, the management believes that it is about to embark on some applied mathematics. The interview selects a personable, but not too aggressive, candidate. He is a young mathematician, who declares that he has attended some evening lectures in techniques. In the course of his degree work he has actually programmed an electronic computer, which impresses the interviewing panel no end. This man is appointed as an operational research officer at a salary of perhaps £850 per annum. But where should he be installed? The answer this question usually receives depends on the state of management services in the company in general. If there is a flourishing work-study department, he may go in there. Perhaps the only group in the company which knows anything at all about science is the research and development department, so he is put into that. Or he may find himself in production, or in sales, or on the office side. He is told that the company intends to do important work. 510. In the field of operational research, but that the activity must grow organically from small beginnings. This seems reasonable enough. Unfortunately, no manager knows quite what to do about this recruit. His boss in one of these departments may feel compelled to give him some work, he is after all a mathematician. Therefore he is just the man to analyze the results of a piecework study, and to plot some figures on a scatter diagram, or he may be invited to extrapolate the demand curve for a specimen product, or, if the founders of this movement in the company have really done their homework, he may be dispatched into the works to study the stocks. It has been known to happen that sometime later the managing director remembers that he once founded an operational research group, and he asks after its progress. After some inquiry, it is discovered that the man has left the company's service. His acrimonious letter of resignation has, very sensibly, been lost. More usually, of course, the enterprise does rather better than this. But the small group, which has extended itself to 4, 5, or 6 people, gets completely immersed in one study. After some time has elapsed, the feeling begins to become current that the recommendations will never emerge. And of course, if the firm makes 20,000 products, and the team is encouraged to believe that the orthodox inventory control theory written about in textbooks can be applied, the proper estimate of the time required to complete the job is perhaps 100 years. This group has a leader, in the shape of the original young man, but no director in the shape of a senior person sufficiently knowledgeable to stop the group from undertaking the absurd. The 2 really bright people in the team eventually become disenchanted and depart. They are replaced by less bright people who are glad to have the billet. In this way the overall capability of the team gradually sinks. Some senior person in the company then attends a lecture describing the influence of operational research on board policy in a number of particular instances, and he goes home to inquire what on earth his own or group is doing. He has a look at them, and decides that anyone who allowed these poor chaps to influence board policy must be out of his mind. Various predictable outcomes typically follow this discovery. Another approach used by management is to perceive these difficulties in advance, and to advertise at a more senior level. Now the leading operational research man whom this company wishes to attract may already be earning something in excess of £5,000 per annum. Certainly no suitable candidate exists at less than £3,500. Without making the inquiries which would establish this, the board advertises the post at £511. £1,750, rising by £25 per annum. A strange selection of people applies for the job, and no decision is reached. The board then decides to appoint one of its own staff. After all, they all know George, a reliable man who already knows the company mores. He is in something of a dead-end job anyway. So George is told that he is to head up an important new company activity, and is given a salary rise. He is told to find out about operational research, and arrives at a one-day appreciation course laid on by a management institute or the local chamber of commerce. Several actual cases which conform to this specification have been studied. Neither the writer nor the reader could possibly bear a protracted account of what happened next. Clearly all 3 of these approaches are managerially incompetent, but they are often used. Equally clearly, there can be no completely general answer to the question, how do we start? It seems to follow that the right course is to approach an authority in the subject for advice on how this given company in its given circumstances should make use of management science, how create and administer the facility. This conclusion may be special pleading. But in all sincerity there seems to be no better course. If there is, it ought to be adopted. Assuming that the advice is valid, however, it is important to know what to expect from the authoritative report. Firstly, there should be an appraisal of what or is likely to be able to do for the firm in question. How much of this work is there, what size of team could be committed and for how long? What is the cost of this possible outlay, and what are the minimum and maximum returns that can be expected? Are appropriate staff available? If so, how can they be obtained and under what conditions? If not, what longer-term plans must be made to obtain and train suitable recruits? Where should the group be placed in the organization, and what are its channels of reporting and in general communicating with the company? The report considered by the board at this point should be extensive and thorough. It will take a number of weeks to prepare, and might cost up to £1,000 or £2,000. But the board that has decided it is worth investigating the possible value of science to its management will have done a sensible thing in making its first step along the road scientific. The directors are now looking at the problem as a whole, and in context, they are asking that the relevant factors be quantified, if only by orders of magnitude and under some notion of probability, they are preparing themselves to take a properly informed decision. Certainly, nothing should be left to chance. Unless satisfactory answers are obtained and adopted to all these 512 questions, the venture will probably fail. Consider the case of communications, which is often ignored on the basis that, after all, the people concerned will be on the staff and they only have to speak in order to communicate. This naive viewpoint takes little account of human nature. It is very common to find an apparently flourishing or group which is in fact isolated and insulated from the rest of the firm. Some of these groups are in being simply for prestige. To own a small and perhaps distinguished or group is a cheap form of public relations. In other cases, the board genuinely intends that the operation should be effective, but the senior staff have not been carried along with the exercise, and have no intention that any of their own plans should risk criticism. Sometimes the trouble is that the or group reports to a man who quite genuinely and sincerely has no idea what it is all about. Thus the creation of a powerful, and above all redundant, communication network between the or group and everyone else is of primary importance. It is against this background that the reputation of institutional or groups has made little headway over the last 10 years. Managements owe it to themselves to investigate carefully why this is so. It is a very easy self-deception to create conditions in which or cannot possibly flourish, and then to refer to the group as a disappointment. Put the matter this way. The chances are that any well-intentioned board responsible for an existing or group in Great Britain today, which commissioned an independent inquiry into the effectiveness of the group, would receive a series of very unpleasant shocks. And allowing that the group itself had to accept some responsibility for the criticisms implied by this prediction, the overriding responsibility would be the company's. For the questions posed earlier will turn out not to have been answered at the beginning, nor to have evolved answers in the course of time. A cautious approach may be made towards some general statements on this question of organization. One generalization, at least, seems to be valid: the or group cannot operate in a research and development department. This is no criticism of R&D, which, it must be remembered, is concerned with products and processes, or is concerned with the company's policies, and R&D as such has nothing to do with this matter at all. Another generalization is that the work will probably be effective in proportion to its level of reporting. Now it is true that practically everyone can and usually does make out a case for being responsible to the head of the enterprise, to the minister, or to the managing director himself. If the principles of 513 delegation are to be followed, then these cases cannot all be accepted. But looking at the problem strictly from the point of view of the enterprise, and not from the or standpoint at all, it is clear that an operational research group deals only with that system which is exposed to it. If its level of responsibility is low, then the managing director simply must not expect that its recommendations will be optimal for the enterprise itself. This leaves the managing director with the task of working out how the recommendations made for that piece of the enterprise with which or has dealt relate to and affect other pieces of the enterprise. But this kind of evaluation is precisely the sort of study which the or activity was created to handle. As a matter of fact, all the senior officials of the firm have considerable staffs. The sales director may command a number of sales managers, he may have a market research department, an economic advisor, a marketing director, advertising specialists, and so on. The production director commands a staff of works managers and of engineers, a work study department, a production engineering unit, and so on. The financial director has a chief financial accountant and a chief cost accountant and their subordinate staffs, various machine departments, and an O&M group. These considerable staffs are, or ought to be, dedicated to the service of their own director. They feed him with information and ideas, they brief him for meetings, and, above all, they see to it that the policies he is advocating are well informed and foolproof from his own point of view. But the managing director himself has no such staff. All he has to command are these very directors. And although in theory they are a consolidated team which supports him in turn, the political facts of life do not often support this theoretical expectation. Thus the decisions of the company usually result from a tussle between the top men in it. There is therefore much to be said, from the managing director's point of view, for appointing an or group as his personal servants. One of their routine jobs will be to evaluate company policies that are a source of dissension among the directors. To create an or unit at this level and for this reason will of course result in animosities, and the situation needs to be handled very carefully. That it can be done was demonstrated many years ago by the armed forces, in which the heads of operational research have general staff rank. Industry has yet to emulate this example, in Britain at least. It would be interesting to observe the progress of an important company in which the head of or had a seat on the board in that very capacity. Several times two of those three conditions have been fulfilled, with valuable consequences. The first company to fulfill all three conditions, 514, should undergo a particularly impressive phase of development. To end this discussion of the problems involved in placing a management science group, an actual case history will be quoted which tells more about the situation than any amount of moralizing. Some people find this story incredible, others have said that it is exactly what they would expect. At any rate, it happened. A leading company in its field had a works organization as shown in Figure 62. 4 departmental managers were responsible to a works manager, and the managers ran departments which had a definite order in the production process. This is indicated by the double arrows which represent the flow of material. The company's plan was to replace the Figure 62 entire plant in Department C with the largest and most modern equipment in the world. An organization was asked to prepare a control system for Department C, and advised that this should be done within the context of the whole figure. Now Department C had a manager and also a manager designate who was due to take over on the completion of the new plant. It was he who wanted the control system, and he rejected the advice that the system as a whole should be investigated. The inquiry had to be confined strictly within the limits of his intended department, although it was understood that an or group could make whatever recommendations it liked. Notwithstanding the limitation on the inquiries that could be made, it was quite evident to the or group that what happened in Department C was very largely conditioned by the input arriving from B, which was in turn influenced by what arrived at Department B from Department A. The situation was also profoundly influenced by the demands made on Department C by Department D. Thus, despite the attempted limitation, enough information emerged to demonstrate clearly that an integrated control system for ABCD was 515. Essential, and one was designed. This was a very advanced plan, involving a good deal of automation, together with routine decision-taking by computer. There would have to be a central control embracing all 4 production areas, so that decision-taking in any one area would be consonant with the general situation. Secondly, it was advised that this central control would be too cumbersome to accept information directly. Figure 63. From the 4 areas and to disseminate decisions to the 4 areas, bearing in mind that it would have to accept a great deal of background information about the state of the order book and the state of other works within the firm as well. It could not have requisite variety. Thus a series of sub-control centers would have to be set up. These would be variety absorbers on the route to the central control, and variety generators in the other direction. The recommended arrangement is shown in Figure 63. A closely argued and very full exposition of the appropriateness of the solution was put forward to the manager designate. It will be noted that the arrangement would constrain his authority as manager of Department C. Over a series of meetings the manager designate refuted this recommendation. He contended that there was no need for any sub-control system as one central control would suffice. This should be responsible. 516. To the manager of Department C, it would acquaint itself with the situation in the other 3 areas by telephone. The OR team strongly disagreed with this view, which was so clearly biased. It also considered that an analysis of the alternative proposal by information-theoretic means would make it possible to demonstrate scientifically that the idea would not work. There would be insufficient channel capacity in such a system to cope with the decision mechanisms, and the arrangement was hierarchically unsound. Thus Orr undertook to make an analysis of the manager's own alternative proposal, which he agreed to write down in full detail. This was a formal decision which was minuted and passed to higher authority. Nothing happened for more than 2 months. One Saturday morning the written version of the new plan was received, with the comment that it had already been formally approved by 3 different committees of increasing seniority, and would be finally ratified by the ultimate authority on the following Thursday. The Orr team very hastily marshaled its objections, and dispatched them with the request that they should be allowed to represent their views at the final meeting. There was no time to undertake the scientific analysis that had been intended. Despite many inquiries and telephone calls, this institutional Orr group was held at bay until after the critical meeting, which of course adopted the manager-designates plan. The Orr group retired hurt. Little more than a month after these events the works manager was promoted to another job. The manager-designate of Department C was promoted to the vacant position. He immediately sent for the head of the institutional Orr group, and said that a plan existed, and had indeed been formally approved, whereby the control of the new plant in Department C would be vested in its own manager. This clearly would lead to a suboptimal method of production control for the ABCD complex. Furthermore, the plan appeared to give undue authority to the manager of Department C. Surely, he argued, there should be a central control directly responsible to the works manager. This would have sub-control centers in the 4 areas for which he would be responsible, thereby ensuring an integrated production flow and optimal decisions for the entire works. The Orr team thought this a good suggestion, and was able to specify a suitable scheme rather quickly. Indeed, it is doubtful whether a manager's question, involving so many and complex problems, has ever been answered in less than a day before. The scheme has since been implemented. 517. For training the manager to use management science. Just as there are grave problems facing us if we wish to train operational research men properly, so there are massive difficulties to be faced in management training. A great debate centers these days on this issue, and discussion of various courses, institutions, and business schools is heard everywhere. One major school of thought contends that management cannot be taught, management is one of the gentle arts. Now the kind of argument that has been going on is largely irrelevant once it is recognized that a competent manager ought to be in a position to use the kinds of method described in this book. This point is very far from being recognized. Many of the public figures who discuss these issues do not even know that these methods exist. Given that they do exist, however, and given that managers ought to use them, the argument about management training takes on a different complexion. The first point to agree is that existing managers do not themselves aspire to expertise in operational research and management cybernetics. The existing manager is not expected to convert himself into a scientist, nor to embark on Orr studies. But he does need a second-order knowledge. He ought to know what science can do for him, how to commission the work, how to control it, and how to make use of the results. It might be hoped that a manager who had read and understood the present book, for example, would be in this position. Understood is the correct word to use, surely, and not the word mastered. But the manager who gets through these many pages is a comparative rarity. He must be a determined man, intent on acquiring an insight into management science. Almost by definition, he does not need the special residential facilities that are available. These are required by people who cannot be persuaded to undertake private study. There are of course various facilities available already in Britain, and more are being created. But the basic ideas on which these facilities, both existing and planned, are founded are open to severe criticism by the management scientist. The established doctrine seems to be that the benefits of attending some sort of management school are twofold. First, the manager who attends will meet managers from other industries, his mind will therefore be broadened, and he will appreciate that the world is a larger place than that contained within the boundaries of his own firm. Secondly, the method of training is the advanced case study method, in which syndicates of managers tackle an actual problem and try to resolve it. Thereafter they may be given the school's official answer, or they may have explained to them the conclusions that actually emerged. 518. In real life, all this may achieve useful objects and succeed in making the manager a better manager than he was before. But of course these approaches by themselves do nothing to instruct the manager in the tools of management. So the courses are interlarded with lectures on particular topics such as budgetary control and cost control, labor relations, and market research. It is within the compass of this subsidiary heading that it is just possible to find a fleeting reference to management science. The facts, as they are known to management scientists themselves when they collaborate in courses of this kind, must be unambiguously stated. Again, this refers to Britain. In the first place, it is probable that one session lasting 1 hour will be devoted to the topic of operational research out of a course lasting anything from a few weeks to several months. The briefing that the man typically receives is of the following kind. We are trying to nurse these chaps along a bit, and to open their eyes to some of the new things that are going on. However, you ought to bear in mind that people like this are very suspicious of people like you. They think you are going to blind them with science. I know you will not do that. Words of one syllable if you please. The great thing is to give a whole lot of actual examples, with all the details worked out, so that they can see your stuff is thoroughly practical. Try not to criticize them, they are easily hurt. Most of them have agreed to come on the understanding that what they are really doing here is reporting to their companies on the value of the course. This is all most encouraging news to the scientist, who has an hour to meet these exacting requirements. When he mounts the platform, the chairman may well introduce him as follows. Who is an eminent authority? Now of course nobody really knows what these long-haired chaps are up to with their computers and so forth. Between ourselves they probably are not quite sure themselves. Certainly I often wonder how we ever manage to get any goods out of our works, or to make any profit at all, the way these fellows talk. But we can't let you go away from here without having heard the magic words operational research. I now hand over to the speaker, then, without more ado, and I would remind you, sir, that if you cut into our drinking time, we shall all draw the proper conclusions about your subject. It does not do to get upset about this kind of situation, but those responsible for management training really ought to take a long hard look at the effectiveness of such an exercise as this. It is possible to argue that the manager who attends a month's course really needs a week of this time on management science. The material must be put forward. 519. Fairly simply, it is true. But if the instruction is to be at all useful, the psychological setting must be rather more favorable than that normally encountered. Exceptionally, the man may get a vigorous and stimulating introduction. Equally, he may receive far worse treatment than that recorded above. A tough struggle lies ahead in the attempt to improve the quality of decision-taking, policy-making and management control. Many honeyed words are spoken which mislead the public into thinking that management is quite generally full of self-improving intentions. Some managements are. But there are others who, it seems, are not merely behindhand or conservative, but who are grimly determined to adhere to the prerogatives of their forefathers. It is a strange and comforting fact, however, that if one talks privately and individually to the members of a typical management course, they will complain vigorously that the organizers are not taking matters seriously enough. In short, the middle manager is underrated by his directors and management educators alike. Given the chance, then, a thoroughly good job could be done of instructing managers in modern approaches to management, in a way they would find exciting and acceptable, and to a useful end. This is defined as the readiness of the manager, when he is back at his desk, to tackle by scientific method some of the problems which have lain in his tray for long enough. But at this point a second difficulty arises, and this again is quoted from the mouths of many course-attending managers. When they ask for the assistance of operational research, they find there is no means of getting it. Because of this they often say to the lecturer, Can you possibly find a way of enrolling my managing director on the next course? He is the man who should have been there. But there is no way. Management training may be defined in practice as an improving process which a man applies to his subordinates. There is no more to say on this topic because the answers are so clear. The really senior people who are responsible for management schools, their organization, curricula, staffs, and course membership must be provoked into thinking again. But they are not dishonest men, and many have already thought very hard about these topics. The real difficulty is that they simply do not know what management science is about, nor what it has to offer. In all the talk of management training as a means of improving the quality of existing managers, the problem of training new ones is rarely mentioned. It seems to be tacitly assumed that a young man, say a graduate, must begin his industrial, commercial, or civil service life on the job. Here he finds out what it is all about through some more or less 520 formal management apprenticeship, and samples responsibility at a rather low level in various capacities. By the time people think of sending him away for training, he has become one of the existing managers whose dilemma has already been discussed. It is in the case of such a young man, that the question of whether management can be taught suddenly becomes relevant again. The question must not be balked. Surely it is common to all human experience that anything understood can be taught, if one is prepared to make the proper arrangements. To say that management cannot be taught, is simply to admit that one has not been able to analyze the manager's job or the qualities of a man that make him a manager. Were these things understood, it would be possible to devise a training scheme which would at the least bring out the latent managerial capacities in a man, and might at the best seem to create in him managerial capacities which he might never otherwise attain. Let us briefly consider this problem. In several branches of affairs a kind of pendulum has been swinging in regard to management succession in Britain. It begins with the confirmed conviction that managers are born and not made. Likely material is selected, and put through the hard school of experience. At some point, probably in the 1920s or the 1930s, the opinion gained ground that management is a teachable subject. Graduates have been engaged, and non-graduates have been exposed to intellectual disciplines. Although in some cases the people trained under this dispensation have been markedly successful and reached the highest rank, the pendulum has in the meantime swung the other way. It looks suspiciously as though we are faced with another false dichotomy. Of course it is true that human qualities and experience of the world are important to managers, and of course it is true that some component of the manager's job depends upon teachable technique. Why then plump for just one of these approaches, treating the two together as mutually exclusive? The organization which seems to have seen most clearly that both courses must be pursued at once is the Army. An officer cadet undergoes a mixed species of training. The Army acknowledges the indefinable capability called leadership. It tries very hard and with considerable success to foster this quality whenever it is apparent. But the Army is not so stupid as to imagine that officers can lead their men by panache alone. The ordinary soldier has very good sense in this matter. He will follow a leader, true, but should this leader turn out to be professionally incompetent, the private soldier will leave him to win his medals alone. There is an important lesson here for management training. 521. A selection system for intending managers can be envisaged in which candidates would have to achieve acceptable standards in academic work, in physical condition and in their mental attributes as measured by a battery of psychological tests. The profile of a successful manager could be written down in these terms, after sufficient research, just as the profile of a potential officer was successfully defined in just this way during the war. Success at a national selection board would admit the managerial candidate to a training school. Before it is objected too strongly that the adaptation of the military system to the civilian requirement was attempted in Britain at the end of the Second World War with notably weak results, it should be emphasized that this adaptation is itself a matter for competent operational research. The post-war experiments were based on committee-generated modifications of the military scheme, but the civilian requirement may be totally different. The topic has never been properly studied. The primary object of scientific selection for trainable managers would be to find men fitted to do a predictable sort of job in the future. It would not be to find duplicates of the managers who do today's job without benefit of professional skills. Present methods of selection carry out the latter task, and result in the main in a perpetuation of the amateur approach. There should be an end to the system whereby the quality of future management is largely determined by the quality of existing management. Assuming then that a suitable intake can be scientifically selected for a management training unit on the basis of good research, the next question is, what activities are to be undertaken by the trainee? This again is a matter for proper research, but some of the principles seem clear enough. These young men would actually be taught management science. They are, remember, managers of the future, not modifications of existing managers who already have a job to do and on whom time presses. In the management training unit, youngsters will be collected who have the time to spare to be properly trained for a genuine profession of leadership in a technological age. They would therefore receive instruction in many obvious subjects, such as commerce, law, accounting, and economics. They would be taught about the technological world in which they were due to operate. But they would also be taught a substantial corpus of knowledge in management science. Unlike their colleagues who are training to be management scientists, they would not become deeply involved in the disciplines of the subject. But they would be taught much more than the appreciation allocated to existing managers. As in the military model, these men would spend about half their time. 522. In the field, that is to say, they would actually work in industry, commerce, and government. They would do so as members of teams assisting and working with existing managers, but they would be associated with men training for operational research work itself. Thus their course would integrate theory and practice. It would also integrate management itself with the undertaking of management science. Their first steps in the leadership of men would be taken under properly supervised conditions, probably as managers of development projects. It would be as likely for them to fail their courses on the count of inadequate leadership, as of inadequate knowledge of the theory and practice of management science. Thus would end the absurd situation, obtaining today, whereby some men having academic qualifications in management topics could quite clearly not manage a staff of 2 others because of personality deficiencies. Surely a scheme of this kind would meet a desperate need. The newly graduated manager would have a huge advantage over the old-fashioned type of manager, over the man and over the straightforward scientist. He would be something of them all. His managerial assignments would incorporate the historical wisdom of the existing manager's experience with the scientific know-how of operational research, and the experience of blending the two. This is exactly what is needed. Special arrangements would have to be made to receive these graduates in management into the world of business, industry, and government, and to demonstrate their capability. If a national school were set up for training purposes, there would have to be an induction scheme for the first 5 to 10 years of the manager's life whereby his progress could be monitored. Perhaps his entire career should be followed as it would be in the army. The present fortuitous methods by which young managers are moved from job to job, or remain stuck in one job, would be outmoded. They would of course retain their freedom to seek alternative employment, but the national training scheme would be entitled to know about this, and to try to learn from the reasons given. If some large companies operating management apprentice schemes had had the wit to make proper inquiries of this kind, their schemes would by now be vastly improved. Instead, they have either assumed that they knew the reasons why so large a proportion of their trainees was leaving them, or have adopted a condescending attitude towards the foolhardiness of the young men who had the audacity to find them wanting. According to the system advocated here, even the small output of 523 management training unit would begin to influence national affairs within 5 years of the end of the first course. For, it is submitted, these people would be a superior breed of manager hitherto unknown. We have to be careful that the objections to this plan are not simply rationalized jealousies. Admittedly, it is very hard on other young men who have not had the advantage of this kind of education, and who must compete with its products. They will probably lose the race. But if every advance in the education of individuals has to be delayed until equal opportunities are available to all, no progress in any field of any kind will ever be possible. If the new managers were as successful as is here predicted, then a demand for equal opportunity would arise. So much the better. A fairly small number of really high-powered managers is required in the various spheres of national activity. This number would determine the cut-off point in the distribution of measured ability, below which men would fail the selection tests. Typically, this might be the top 5% of the university output each year. The task of supplying facilities of the kind advocated for this number of people, to provide equal opportunity across the nation, would not be very great. The financial investment would be trivial compared with the national payoff. Such a scheme would have to be led by a man of immense drive and determination, and the program treated by government as a priority scheme. The outcome for management science in the training of managers, as in the use of or by the enterprise, as in the training of management scientists, as in the organization of the group, to work backwards through this chapter, depends upon the intention of all who hold the relevant responsibilities. They may be pusillanimous or bold. They may be far-sighted or temporizers. Above all, they may be knowledgeable or ignorant. The country is running down, its metabolism has failed. The simplest, cheapest, most effective way of reversing this terribly dangerous trend is to provide a variety generator and intelligence amplifier in the line of supply to top management positions. Thus we should obtain a massive increase in managerial effectiveness, as opposed to the waste and frustration which abound in management circles today. It can be done, however, only by imaginative and courageous thinking and planning. At present in Britain, the country is preoccupied with make do and mend. We want scientific method in the shape of OR groups, but refuse to face the consequent problems in organizational structure and therefore mismanage them. We want OR men for these groups, but refuse to accommodate their needs in our universities. We want a new sort of 524 manager who can lead men and tackle problems scientifically at the same time, but refuse to think out his adequate training. Plans for all this are trivial and petty. It is as La Rochefoucauld said at the head of the chapter, in being too much concerned with small things we become incapable of great things. 525. 20. On practicability. I define the practical man as the man who has no idea what to do in practice. Bertrand Russell, Impromptu. 1 Keys Custodiat Custodes. The management scientist may wistfully regard himself as the custodian of the manager's good conscience. Certainly the manager may regard himself as the custodian of common sense and sound practice, in the face of the harebrained schemes of science. It is fruitless to protest that the future success of enterprises depends fundamentally on the collaboration of management and science, until each party to the alliance understands his own weaknesses and achieves the right kind of humility. To the layman, the scientist often appears arrogant. It is because the layman knows that the scientist understands certain matters which he himself does not understand, and he tends to assume that the scientist believes that he understands everything and the layman nothing. In fact, the scientist is terribly aware of the frailty of his models of the universe. It may help to say that most scientists do not imagine that they know what the universe is really like. For his part, the manager ought to abandon the comforting belief that he knows what the answers really are. The practical man probably thinks of himself as humble, because he does not pretend to sophistication. To the scientist, his self-assurance in the face of the mystery of the universe appears arrogance indeed. Both allies are trapped within their own conventions and ways of saying things, each reaches out into a world of greater complexity than his brain can really assimilate. For me personally, the outlook of the practical man will always be typified by the British iron makers I knew in the 1950s. It is easy to sit in an iron works and to regard the blast furnace like a woman. 526. Potent, demanding, satisfying, temperamental, unrequiting captivating mystery. It is far more difficult to set about a description of this amazing beast, and to specify ways in which it may be controlled in an operational environment. When the account that the scientist is able to give falls short of completeness, it is very easy to say that what is left over must forever remain mysterious. The practical man sees himself as the king of the iron works. Perhaps it is because he alone has the experience to woo and to beguile the blast furnace into acceptable behavior. Rejection of the new aids of modern science springs from this posture. It is as if an unknown rival could suddenly seduce the object of affection who had resisted the courtship of a lifetime. This seemed in those days a possible explanation for the entrenched attitude associated with managers who insecurely boast of practicality while rejecting help from anyone else. At any rate, and whatever the reason, the outcome is sufficiently clear. By 1964, the International Conference on Iron and Steel Making had devoted a whole session to the automation of the blast furnace. Papers were presented about experience with this problem, using all the scientific techniques available, in iron-making companies from 5 different countries: Germany, France, Japan, Holland, and Italy. Not surprisingly, there was no communication from Great Britain. Just how practical, in short, is the practical man? And just how impracticable is the management scientist? It is fashionable to say in the wartime phrase that the scientist must be on tap but not on top, that he is really rather dangerous, that he thinks science can supply the answer to every question whatsoever, that his work is all right for everyone else, but not for us, that he is 20 years ahead of his time, and above all that it just won't work. But the charge of impracticability rebounds. Consider these examples. An OR report was written indicating how the uncertainty of the order book could be offset against the vicissitudes of a difficult production process in a particular works. The recommended production control system was to be a tool for juxtaposing the two sets of probabilities so that the variety generated by each was absorbed by the other. This was a piece of operational research using a model from cybernetics. The commercial director of the firm concerned countered all this work with its demonstration of reduced cost and better service to the customer with the words, "There is no place for probability in industry." How inappropriate a model must lie behind that impracticable statement. Another report is recalled recommending an automated monitoring system on a highly complicated and expensive process, which would 527 have given the manager of the works a warning as soon as any aspect of the process appeared to be moving out of control. The process was such that the labor force operating the plant could not themselves piece together all the information which would make such a conclusion possible, therefore it was proposed to telemeter the relevant factors, and to compute the answers directly onto the manager's desk. Both the labor force and the manager were delighted. But the scheme was stopped by the production director, who wrote on the report, "This is undemocratic." It becomes a pity if the practicability of an idea has to be determined by the capability of a manager to break through an elementary thought block, as illustrated by both these stories, but it is the common fact. Consider this further example. The head of a famous motor car manufacturing company was tackled on the question of the availability of spare parts for the motor car in service. It was demonstrated that difficulty was experienced in keeping the motor car he manufactured on the road, because the lead time on a spare part tended to be longer than the frequency with which parts failed. Here is the written comment of this leading industrialist, who enjoys a particular reputation as a practical monogain: "Ipsissima verba, I am of the opinion that our system is efficient and that it only fails to maintain availability due to manufacturing conditions or outside deficiencies." Now this is not simply a series of jibes. It is important to understand why these 3 men turned out to be so grossly impractical. The commercial director in the first story was evidently living with a false notion of what counts as good management. He wanted to organize an uncertain world into a guaranteed pattern of behavior. The production director in the second example must have been motivated by an altruistic attitude to his employees, which is laudable, but he had clearly not thought out what really constitutes fair play. Thirdly, however, it is the attitude of the chairman of the motor company which is most revealing. For him, the system of spare parts provisioning was evidently isolated from its task. We must believe him when he says that the system itself looked all right. But of course the whole point of supplying spare parts to the customer is to see that a driver whose car breaks down receives the most rapid possible replacement service. The spare parts provisioning system, then, exists precisely to counteract manufacturing difficulties, and it must do so despite the inadequacies of distributors. To say that the system is efficient when these two factors are ignored is academic to the point of being meaningless. The precise fallacy is that the manager is looking at the part and not at the whole. Now it has been shown throughout this book that an approach to 528 totality is vital, and that it can be attained through scientific models and scientific methods of handling them. Admittedly, the approach is different from that entertained by pure science, and it is important to see why. The pure scientist works from particular examples towards generality. He is looking always for the ultimate generalization. This means that he shores away the constraints that happen to attach to particularities, in the search for generalities which are valid regardless of the special circumstances which happen to attach to any one instance. In operational research work, however, the management scientist is conducting an inquiry in almost the other direction. He argues that any real situation in which the manager finds himself is, as a matter of fact, constrained by many particular circumstances. Therefore the range of possible solutions is reduced, and if all the inferences from these circumstances can be followed through, it is quite possible that a unique solution will result. This is to say that the world of mathematics is a boundless continuum. The optima to be recognized are infinitely small points in an infinitely large and multidimensional phase space. But decision takers and policy makers have a finitely small number of alternatives, as a result of the many constraints which an actual set of circumstances imposes, from which one alternative has to be selected. Thus it is that the problem the man solves is more difficult than the manager thinks and less difficult than the pure scientist would imagine. One of the tools available to the man is the notion which he may borrow from psychology of the just noticeable difference. The pure scientist, with his zest for precise quantification, thinks little of this rather crude mensuration device. But it ought to delight the manager. Suppose that the psychologist is attempting to invent a scale for some mode of perception. Take color, for example. Here is a whole range of greens, beginning with a very light green and ending with a very dark green. With the aid of spectroscopy, it is possible to distinguish a huge number of different shades. But the human apparatus of perception cannot distinguish between all the shades. In fact, it can distinguish between very few. If we want to make use of different colors for human purposes, such as marketing a number of green dresses, it is impractical to talk of producing 200 gradations of green. The production, distribution, and marketing apparatus will be ruinously expensive to create and to run, and the customers will be none the wiser. What we must do to invent a reasonable metric in the circumstances, is to investigate how many shades of green the ordinary person can contradistinguish. Given a certain shade of green, then, we shall increase the intensity of the 529 color until someone can detect that it is now a different color from what it was before. This is the just noticeable difference. Why this psychological model turns out to be so important in the management context is this. It is wasteful and indeed silly to attempt the calibration of any scale to a criterion of fineness which exceeds the J&D of those who will be concerned with the measure. Many management decisions are concerned with money, and money is measurable on a scale of very fine calibration. It is possible to quote the amount of capital tied up in stock to the nearest penny, and this has actually been done by financial accountants in a case where the capital sum involved was more than £20 million. It should be quite apparent to anyone that, although a calibrated scale to the nearest penny exists, a figure of this magnitude quoted to that accuracy is ridiculous. Moreover, a sensible degree of fineness in calibration depends on the purpose to which any figures quoted will be put. In comparing stock investments with turnover, for example, and with that ratio for other companies, it may well be sufficient to talk about the nearest £1 million. The J&D, then, is determined by the resolving power of the perceiving subject, but it may be modified by that subject's purposes. The whole point was exemplified by the example in section 2 of chapter 18, where no more than 5 metabolic levels for educational progress were admitted for these very reasons. A common example of the way in which management science can use this tool concerns quotations for complicated one-off products. Suppose that an engineering company wishes to manufacture a machine which, quite obviously, cannot cost less than £10,000, and certainly ought not to cost more than £13,500, then the question arises as to how accurately the scale between 10 and 13½ needs to be calibrated. Many companies employ exceedingly elaborate pricing systems intended to arrive at the right answer. But a possible approach to this matter is to ask what the just noticeable difference in money is to the customer. Surely this contract will not be awarded to a competitor on the basis that his price is £10 less than ours. Will he really be influenced by a difference of £100? It may be possible to establish that the reputation of the supplying company for quoting short delivery dates, adhering to delivery dates, producing a good job, servicing the resulting machine, and so on, will mask any monetary difference up to £500. If the J&D, then, is £500, the task of quoting for the machine consists in a decision between 8 alternatives, namely, all multiples of £500 between £10,000 and £13,500 inclusive. This is no more than a 3-bit decision. In a particular case, it was possible to pick on the right answer by means of a 530 simple algorithm which made a crude measure of the complexity of the job under scrutiny, more often than could an exceedingly complicated quotation system based on detailed costings. The OR-based quotation could be made in about an hour. The system it set out to replace took about 6 weeks to produce a result. The practicability of a managerial technique must depend on its context. We must try to understand why a decision stands to be successful, otherwise it is impossible to judge whether a more economical decision-taking procedure can be evolved. Very often, people do not understand why their decisions are successful, nor even whether they are successful or not. For if the outcome of the decision is gratifying, it will be concluded that the decision was right. If the outcome is not gratifying, reasons will be found to explain why matters did not work out as planned. In either case, there is no feedback to the decision-making procedure, which rarely comes under critical examination. To illustrate once more the way in which we may be deluded on this score, an example is taken from the behavior of scientists instead of managers. For, as has been reiterated, scientists are just people too. The following experiment was conducted on the west coast of America. An apparatus was displayed which flashed 1-digit numbers every so many seconds. A scientist subject was told to watch these numbers, and to guess the next number in the sequence every time. The subject was told that he would be rewarded for a successful performance every so often. Each scientist who undertook this test found that he was being rewarded at a steadily increasing rate. When the test was over, each scientist was asked if he had discovered any pattern in the numbers. Typically, the subject said he had. He put forward elaborate rules for guessing the next number in the sequence. In fact, the test was bogus. The machine was producing numbers entirely at random, and the guesses of the subject had no influence on the machine at all. The machine rewarded the subject at a steadily increasing rate regardless of the correctness of the guesses he made. Hence the typical subject had built up an impression of a mastery over the situation, which was a delusion. For although he could actually observe that the answers he was giving were wrong for the most part, he came to the conclusion that they were right, otherwise he would not have ventured to propose his system of guessing. The reason is perfectly clear: since the rewards were steadily increasing, he was being conditioned to the belief that he was making progress. There is an even more interesting sequel. Every subject was uniformly indignant when told the truth. This indignation arose, not because he 531 had been hoodwinked, but because he thought the experimenter was wrong. Each subject insisted that he had actually discovered the true sequence of numbers. It took some time to convince these people, by displaying the construction of the equipment to them in detail, that the problem had not been solved. Some of them were not convinced even then. As a result, a committee was actually formed to test the randomness of the numbers which emerged. Scientific objectivity died such a death in one subject, that the report of this experiment sadly declares that he physically assaulted the experimenter. Perhaps the best way of thinking about management science, as we tried to indicate in Part I, is as a means of bridging the undoubted gap between theory and practice. The scientists in the experiment just described were unable to do that very job. The impracticability of the practical manager shows him, very often, unable to do the job either. For when a manager comes to the kind of conclusion quoted at the start of this section, he is allowing a theory about the way the world works to dominate and to overcome what practical experience really has to say. The alliance of scientist and manager, with their two quite different models of reality, is above all intended to create a viable bond between both sorts of theory and both sorts of practice. The manager is not the custodian of sound common sense, of which he has no monopoly. The scientist is not the custodian of all genuine insight, since he does not monopolize this commodity either. Each of them has a large component of truth, and each is humanly vulnerable to the thought blocks with which his upbringing, education, and experience have surrounded him. The most valuable thing which each of these men can do for the other is to dismantle the thought blocks on the other side. The kindest and most humble approach to this task is, for each of them, to recognize his own need. 2. Finding a metric. One of the basic operational problems of practicability is to determine how relevant measurements are to be obtained. People talk about imponderables as if they were small demons lurking in their offices. And indeed, if one says, I must know what is going to happen on the 1/3 of June next year, then there is no means of knowing, and that is that. But there is no point in asking absurd questions which, in the nature of things, cannot be answered, and then setting up a wail about imponderables. A better approach, better because it works, is to invite the scientist to examine the problem situation from every possible slant, reshuffling it. 532. As it were, in search for a commensurable approach. The scientist will look for some critical feature of the situation that is on the face of it measurable, and he will try to find a metric which fits it. Here is an actual example, which brings out both the ingenuity of the scientist and the thought block by which people deny the possibility of measuring anything which they regard as imponderable. There is a narrow channel between Denmark and Sweden which provides the only entrance to the Baltic. The narrowest crossing is between Helsingør in Denmark, and Helsingborg in Sweden. The Scandinavians, a particularly civilized people, transport themselves and their goods freely across the Sound. The journey by ferry boat takes less than half an hour and little fuss is made about such formalities as passports. Now the cross-channel traffic is steadily increasing, and so is the sea-going traffic between the Baltic and the outside world. Thus there is an increasing congestion in this channel and obviously an increasing risk of collision. The governments of Denmark and Sweden set up a joint commission to investigate this situation. In particular, there could well be a bridge between the two countries. Consider, said the commission, the state of affairs when the traffic in both directions has doubled. Needless to say, it is not very difficult to make a statistical forecast of the date when this will occur, nor is it difficult to support the statistical extrapolation by arguments from the plans and intentions of all concerned. Clearly, the risk of collision will be increased, compared with the risk today. The layman might very well imagine that when the traffic is doubled the risk of collision is doubled. On the other hand, he might very well wonder whether this would be true. In any case, it is very likely that the layman will suppose that no conceivable way of computing this risk could be obtained short of running an experiment, whether in the water or by computer simulation, in which a doubled traffic was allowed to run. But an experiment in the water is clearly impracticable, for it would take an enormous amount of organization and money even if it could be done. And a simulation may well be impracticable too, for the very good reason that collisions depend in the last resort on the failure of human beings standing on ships' bridges to avert them. It is very difficult indeed to say what role will be played by the human element in a situation which no one has yet experienced. In these circumstances, the Commission very properly sought operational research advice. Professor Arne Jensen, now of the Technical University of Copenhagen, and incidentally the holder of the first Sonum Chair of Operational Research in the whole of Europe, was asked. 533. To measure the increased risk for a doubled traffic flow. Many people said it could not be done, the research is impracticable, the risk is imponderable. Jensen had in fact no more idea than anyone else, at the start, of how to set about the task of making this measurement. He talked with the captains of both ferry boats and ocean-going ships about the problem, and everybody agreed that the risk of collision would be higher, and wagged their heads. This did not take the problem much further. Now Jensen knew that, given a knowledge of the stochastic processes governing the movement of ships, he could in fact calculate the likely number of incidents in which two ships could enter the same arbitrarily sized area of water at the same time. But no one could tell him how near to each other the ships had to be before they could be said to have embarked irrevocably on a collision course. The practical men, very naturally, said that if the ships missed each other even by a hair's breadth then there was no collision, whereas if they did not, there was. But it is quite clear that to compute the probability that two ships simultaneously arrive on an area of water having the size of one ship, would seriously underestimate the chance of a collision. Such a computation would be based on a model in which ships suddenly appeared at a point, whereas in reality we are obviously dealing with an interacting system of some complexity. So Jensen, still entirely puzzled about the key problem of establishing a metric, decided that as an empirical or scientist he should at least try to obtain some facts. People were free with opinions, beliefs, and prognostications, but the first step should be to make some kind of measure of some kind of event which actually occurred. Accordingly, Jensen made a film of the traffic actually moving about on the Sound. What he filmed was a radar screen on which the movement of ships appeared as it would familiarly appear to ship's masters. The camera recorded the state of the screen at discrete time intervals and not continuously. The resulting film was a correct record of movements except that everything appeared to be happening at about 250 times the proper speed. Having obtained some basic facts, Jensen did not know what to do next. He did of course study the film, and he observed certain areas in which congestion was characteristically high. But neither he nor experienced colleagues could yet find a means of defining a collision risk. The professor's next move was therefore to mount his film in a theater, and to show it to a group of very experienced men. These included 6 who had been ship's masters themselves, and now held posts in administration on behalf of responsible authorities. One had become an accident. 534. Inspector, another was the chief of the harbor authority, another was running the ferry boat service, and there was a representative of the Navy. These experts were asked to collaborate by watching the film, and trying to detect dangerous situations. How near would two boats have to approach each other before a genuine collision risk was involved? In particular, thought Jensen, a conglomeration of 6, 7, or 8 boats, even if they were not right on top of each other, must surely take some sorting out. If the captains, having watched the film, could apply their own experience to it, they might help to suggest the approach to devising the risk metric which was wanted. But unfortunately they could not. The cybernetic computer in the cranium, however, often tells its owner things which he cannot analyze and report about to professors of operational research. Jensen noticed that there were moments of tension among his audience. The experts would catch their breath in unison, there would be a straining forward in the seat, there would occur curtailed exclamations. When he noticed that these incidents were occurring, Jensen had their times recorded. It is emphasized that this was not part of the plan, it was opportunism. For here were some more facts if only one could make some use of them. In all, 40 incidents of this kind were noted down, with the time at which they occurred from the start of the film. After the experts had gone home, Jensen made a careful analysis of the tape recording carrying this fluctuating level of noise, and of the frames on the film corresponding to the 40 noisy incidents. It was here that he found his answer. In 16 cases everyone agreed that the audience reaction was due to especially high velocities. Since the film was an accelerated version of real life, unusually fast craft looked incredibly dangerous. This left 24 incidents for further study. Jensen was looking for a pair of ships which had become dangerously close, in the hope that the threshold of danger could be measured. He was looking for conglomerations of many ships, which might have looked threatening to experienced sailors. He found neither of these things. What he did find, in 20 out of the 24 cases, was a clear group of 3 ships, not appallingly close to each other, but still 3. He recalled the experts and demonstrated this to them. The situation suddenly became very clear. The codes of seamanship by which captains navigate their craft are based on a binary logic. If the captain of ship A sights ship B, then he has a set of rules which enable him to decide how to steer in relation to ship B. Since ship B has the same set of rules, it takes complementary action which is consistent, and 535. The ships pass each other safely. It is cybernetically interesting to note that the only information which passes between the two captains is knowledge of what the other man has done, after he has done it, and after a suitable time lag has passed during which his orders take effect. Thus the feedback implicit in the situation is very slow and very lagged. The master of ship A makes a move, and can confirm its suitability only after he has observed the effect his action has had on the other man's action. In practice, however, this far too sluggish control mechanism is much accelerated by the ability of each master to project himself into the shoes of the other. Given a very firm navigational code, each master knows how his own situation will appear to the other master, and how the other master will reply. In other words, both captains are effectively simulating the entire affair in their heads in advance. Now the situation that arises when a third ship appears on the scene is evidently dangerous. The master of ship A, who is conducting a simulated dialogue with the master of ship B, suddenly has to enter into a similar discourse with the master of ship C. Moreover, the action which the navigational code requires ship A to take in relation to ship B may not be consistent with the action it is supposed to take in relation to ship C. While the master of ship A is worrying about this, the masters of ships B and C are also faced with their versions of the dilemma, and the simulations may well become intolerably difficult. In fact, the difficulty of treating a triadic relationship in terms of a binary logic is notorious among logicians, never mind ship's masters. In practical terms, the human brain boggles at the difficulty of analyzing a dynamic triadic situation even when there is a capability to pass direct information. This is the reason why the search for incidents involving a considerable number of ships went unfulfilled. The mind trained in seamanship, and working to a binary logic, simply cannot encompass the further area of sea and the larger number of ships. Here then we see the scientist grappling with a problem of measurement which appears impracticable, without knowing in advance what he really intends to do, and carrying in his mind ideas which he thinks must be right, but which will actively mislead him unless he keeps his wits about him. Here also, we find the experienced practical man, precluded by that very experience and that very practicality, from understanding precisely what is the difficulty in a situation with which he is trained by long experience to cope in practice. The captains agreed with the analysis when they saw it, but were incapable of making it themselves. Nor, incidentally, is there any obvious solution to the problem now defined. One cannot readily legislate for three-way radio conversations. 536. Between ferry boats and ocean-going ships of different nationalities which are within distance of each other for so very short a time. Nor is an man likely to propose a solution to a local problem of this kind by demanding that international shipping codes be radically changed. But this was not Jensen's problem. His problem was to calculate the increased risk in a doubled traffic flow. The answer is now terribly simple. According to empirical analysis of the data, the distribution of ship interactions on the water is Poissonian. That is to say, it has, as might be expected, a structure characteristic of chance interactions. If the traffic flow doubles, and the triadic relationship of vessels is the dangerous one, then the rise in the risk of collision, because of the applicability of Poisson's laws, is 23=8. So the risk of collision does not double, but is eightfold in the circumstances proposed. Professor Jensen is a sophisticated mathematician, and he struggled hard to obtain a more refined conclusion from these facts. But despite much effort, he found the robustness of this straightforward eightfold answer impregnable. His report was put before the Bilateral Commission, and caused a furor. Jensen was denounced by practical men who believed that the rules at sea were foolproof. Provided they were obeyed, people said, there could be no accident. Here is the thought block of the man who believes that a high variety system can be controlled by low variety regulations provided they are obeyed. It is an incompetent notion, as was seen in Part 3, unless a variety amplifier is present, and it is not in this case. But some of those concerned had seen the force of the argument and the sense of the measurement. They carried the day, perhaps because in the middle of the debate a collision actually occurred outside in the Sound. Fortunately, it was not a serious accident. But it is a sobering thought that men often wait for the inevitable tragedy before deciding that it can possibly occur. For those who are wondering about the potential bridge across the Sound, it should be added that there were collision risks with the bridge itself to take into account, and also quite other considerations about the advisability of setting up the international link elsewhere. The crossing from Copenhagen to Malmö, though much longer, has economic attractions. This gives rise to the thought that if there were two bridges, a kind of inland sea would have been created between them. So there are many other issues involved, and there remains scope for more ore. But the point of the story remains. It is impracticable in the practical man to decide for himself what is practicable science. 537. 3. The measure of value judgment. The story just told does no more than reiterate that it is the job of the scientist to discover appropriate measures. We last saw him doing this at the end of the last chapter, when he set out to create a measure of the amount of decision left to take in order to determine an outcome. But we saw it in the early passages of the book too. In particular, the wartime origins of ore stress the importance of discovering how to create measures which have had no conceptual existence, never mind usable measuring rods, before. In most of the cases quoted, people may not have believed that a measure could be devised, but they would not necessarily have said that what had to be measured was not at all susceptible to measurement. Yet cases of this kind do occur. It has already been pointed out that the history of science discloses many examples of actual persecution based on the belief that certain things were strictly incommensurable. Today the frontiers of measurement are commonly drawn this side of value judgments. Truth, beauty, and goodness are notions that have always formed the cynosure of mankind's idealism, but assertions about them are strictly non-parametric to this day. The concept of truth has to some extent yielded to various forms of rigorous treatment, on the denary scales of arithmetical computation, on the binary scales of logical analysis, on the relative because tautologous scales of the mathematician, in the testing arguments of philosophers, and in the rules and evidence of law. Goodness, again, begins to yield to measurement in the sphere of social ethics if not that of private morals. This has come about because of a growing acceptance, in some form, of the proposition that the greatest good of the greatest number should be assured. Such a formulation of what is the good lends itself to mathematical treatment, and we have seen the emergence of cost-benefit analysis, in which an attempt is made to measure the advantage to the aggregate of citizens made available by public expenditure. But of the trio of values which are the most admired, the concept of beauty remains altogether unmeasured. The notion is so pure, so subjective, so untainted with considerations of profit and loss, that most people will have nothing to do with the inclusion of aesthetic judgments in a scientific equation. Yet it is impossible to operate very long as a manager in the public or private sector of industry, or in government, without encountering a decision or a policy which involves aesthetic judgment. This may happen in one of two ways. Either the management of something intrinsically beautiful may be concerned, or the management of something prosaic may impinge on the beautiful. Consider 538. An example of each case from the point of view of management science. The management of an art gallery or a museum has an interesting function to perform. It owns, or has charge of, a vast number of beautiful things. These it exhibits to the public because it has either a legal obligation or a public-spirited desire to do so. It is characteristic of such institutions to be impecunious. They rely for a perilous existence on public moneys and private bequests. When in grave difficulty, they may decide to sell one of the treasures in their collection in order to raise funds, and a notorious case of this occurred in Britain in recent years. Now the professional manager has no locus standi with the board of trustees who may themselves be artists, still less has the scientist any acknowledged right to intervene. Art is for artists, and defies all kinds of logic. This view, interestingly, would probably be supported by the majority of people, and is not simply the delusion of the few concerned. Let us break through this thought block that surrounds aesthetics, and see what can be said about a problem of this kind without doing violence to artistic integrity. In considering the matter objectively, the first point to note is that the art gallery or museum contains a priceless collection of objects. In the terms appropriate to a world of monetary measures, then, its assets are vast. Any other kind of institution with vast assets is almost automatically profitable, because its wealth is made to do useful work. Yet the art gallery, uniquely, finds itself in financial difficulties which it proposes to solve by selling off an asset. This would be patently mad management in any other context. The fact is, that the vast assets concerned constitute idle capital. This capital is set up to be admired in its aesthetic dimension, while its financial dimension is disdainfully treated as beneath the consideration of the artist. Nevertheless, the artist acknowledges a duty to enlighten the public when he displays the collection, and the public in principle at least regards this as a social good. Does this excuse the artist from doing the job incompetently? Consider the typical gallery or museum. It has no entrance fee, which is laudable. We may admire the artist's altruism in granting free access to the world's most beautiful things, while noting, in passing, that this is the basic cause of his inability to produce revenue with which to enhance his activities. Next we note the forbidding character of the buildings that house the collection. There can surely be no doubt that many decent citizens have never been exposed to the joys of art because it would not occur to them to enter the mausoleum which houses the treasure. If they do go in, they are surrounded by an awesome silence, a clinical 539 atmosphere, which is daunting in the extreme. It is also engagingly different from the atmosphere which most of the artists who produce the treasures are at all likely to have approved. Most important of all, however, the citizen who does enter is confronted with such a wealth of riches that he is quite unable to assimilate them. By the time he passes through the third gallery, he will not bat an eyelid on being confronted by Rembrandt. Hence, although the trustees accept a duty to give the public free access to the treasure house, and even go to some lengths to educate the public by means of lectures and catalogues, they do not go so far as to consider how the public enlightenment should most competently be done. Or, if they do consider this question, their solutions are deplorable. This is no more than the old problem of considering part of a system instead of the whole. The holistic approach must take into account the effect of laudable policies towards the public on the public. It is at this point that these policies dismally fail. If the object is to communicate art to people, then it is competent to begin by asking what the target people are like. If this is not done, then what is apparently altruistic becomes the most nauseating arrogance. People at large do not understand art, nor can they cope with abstract statements about it. This is a scientific observation. It is open to test and experiment and to the formulation of hypotheses by psychologists. What people can understand about a particular work of art, the psychologist might well say, begins with the progenitor artist. Who he was, how he lived, what led him to do what he did, how he did it, and so forth, are topics which capture the interest of people. We are now on the track of the kind of investigation which a management scientist could make on behalf of the trustees of a gallery or museum. Let us fill out the picture. The starting point is a psychological model of a stratified public in their relationship to aesthetic stimulation. The target population consists of those people who do not visit galleries, or those who, if they do, go there because the place is a tourist attraction. We shall not be concerned with the small minority of people who visit the gallery because they already love its treasures. Some art administrators would at once complain, why bother with this vast crowd of Philistines? Apart from ethical imperatives, which are severe, the answer is entirely practical. These same men who take a condescending attitude to the general public will next be complaining that the modern world is ugly, that buildings, furniture and decorations have no style and are in execrable taste. They cannot have it both ways. So the target population has been identified and a psychological model of its way of approaching art is being devised. Next. 540. There ought to be a model of social peregrination. By this is meant the typical pattern of movement undertaken by these people during their spare time. An art gallery that is 10 miles from that part of town in which these people move will never attract them inside. Pass then to the idea that space could be taken by the art institution where people actually are, in the midst of a shopping center, or theater land, or for that matter an amusement park. And here comes the first economic point. If people are psychologically overwhelmed by many exhibits, and if one single exhibit is really worth the huge sum of money for which it would change hands in the open market, then there is no need to show more than one masterpiece at a time. Using the psychological model, it becomes possible to work out how the exhibit should be displayed. First of all, the citizen passing this arcade will be beckoned by its external advertising. This will not declare, the trustees of the Flotsenheim collection in collaboration with the Worshipful Company of Lapidary Masons and the Archaeological Department of the University of Thrace present an exhibition of statuary of the 16th Olympiad. It will say, come inside and see the Thrace Venus, a world masterpiece. Within, there will be a lengthy and carefully organized presentation, based on what the psychological model discovers that people can understand and enjoy. There might well be an account of the place and the time, of the artist and his tools, of the mode of discovery, and so on indefinitely. The visitor will be brought to a high pitch of excitement, and will finally be confronted with the masterpiece, set in perfect conditions, if a statue, then possibly revolving under a program of lights. When this is properly done, these people will not forget what they have seen. The associations will be correct, as well. They will remember the context of excitement and gaiety, of noise and color. The operation envisaged will cost a great deal. The money will be subscribed in entrance fees which people will gladly pay. By all means permit school children and old age pensioners free entrance, but make the general public pay a high price. Again, this is an economic point. People are conditioned to the almost universal fact that very valuable things and experience are very costly. Therefore what is not costly is not valuable. Nor is this policy a betrayal of altruism. For this masterpiece will be back in its accustomed place in the gallery in a month's time, to be replaced by another. The people who really want to see it for nothing can do so then. Now, please note, the assets are beginning to work for 541. The administration. A few exhibitions of this kind, running simultaneously and touring the country, would make all the money required by the administrators. It could be used to rehouse the main collection properly, to provide adequate security, to make aesthetic appreciation a joy. Surely no terrible violence is done to art by this policy. Equally surely, the policy would not pay off unless the job were competently done. It is not a matter, any longer, for art experts to decide how the policy should be implemented. It is a matter for management science, for the model building faculty which knows how to deal with a communication system. Nor does that assertion detract from the prestige of the artist, rather the reverse. He is the man who creates the masterpiece and who conserves it, he is the man who knows enough to display its merit to the public. His prestige and recognition are enhanced by the project. But these are simply the thoughts provoked by the absurdities of the situation which exists and was rehearsed at the beginning. If responsible people really cared about sharing their private joy with the public ignorance, if they really wanted standards of art and design to improve, they would embark on research that could lead to a viable answer. And yet, that remark is naive. The artist, the art administrator tells the scientist, knows best. There must not be any collaboration between them. Leonardo is dead these 500 years, and the artists who gain control of collections are not those who think it fun to design sewers, submarines, and aeroplanes. Turn now to the parallel problem, the management decision about some other matter which becomes ensnared in aesthetic considerations and is abandoned to subjective judgment. As an example, consider the problem of installing a new power line carrying cables on pylons across the countryside. Economically, the optimal route is the shortest practical route, but aesthetic considerations arise which turn the optimal route into something longer than the most economic route. An operational research inquiry into an actual case of a 5-mile stretch of line revealed the following facts. The authority concerned had routed the line between A and B in an economic fashion, and had then taken specialist advice on the aesthetic disturbance it created. No doubt they took an honest opinion. By law, the proposed route must be advertised in a newspaper column, to await objections. In the case reviewed, these were forthcoming. The householders in the area objected to the route and refused to grant way leave. They objected that it was insufficient to consider the effect of the power line on the general beauty of the countryside. They were the owners of the land concerned, and their individual viewpoints should be taken into account. The effect of the line on the 542 view from all individual habitations should be considered, said the owners. But the authority did not even know where these now were. It was discovered that they had been using maps more than 40 years old. A deadlock developed and the legal machinery of public inquiries, to be followed by a ministerial decision, was set in motion. So the question arises whether it is practicable to devise a measure of the aesthetic disturbance of any proposed route to the individuals who have rights in the matter. If so, it should be possible by scientific method to determine that route which would minimize the aggregate disturbance to them all. It is necessary to begin, not with the arbitrary judgments of an expert about what spoils the view, but with an analysis of the particular attitudes of people whose rights are to be protected. In the history being quoted, only a short stretch of line was involved for illustrative purposes, therefore not many householders and landowners were concerned. But pilot research indicated that, for these people at any rate, what was offensive about a power line was its protrusion above the horizon. If the pylons and the lines were set against a background of countryside, they were not obtrusive. If they were visible against the sky, then they were. This simple criterion accounted for most of the aesthetic disturbance caused to those who were affected. There were indications of other factors too, of course. By taking account of various kinds of background and the direction of the sun, of viewpoints other than habitations weighted if necessary by the number of people visiting them, nearly all the variation in judgment could have been accounted for. But, for this pilot project, the argument about horizons was considered alone. The OR team took its model from the science of optics. Detailed maps of the countryside indicate all the habitations involved, and supply an automatic coding system for describing their location through a map reference. Moreover, the convolutions of the terrain are also coded by the contour lines on the map. Using this quantified account of the terrain as a topographic model, together with the model from optics, to generalize lines of sight to the horizon, it obviously becomes possible to find a line which minimizes aesthetic disturbance for each house separately, and a little mathematical technique enables the identification of the optimal route for the aggregate of those concerned. The use of these two models, complicated or constrained as necessary by further factors such as those suggested, inside an electronic computer, would make the task of discovering the optimal line for long distances perfectly feasible. But now the thought blocks come into play. It is well known that 543. Aesthetic considerations are a matter for subjective judgment. The authority would not agree that a scientific approach to the matter had any bearing on the problem, nor would the lawyers involved in the legal inquiry. The legal mind will tell a jury that it must decide whether a man accused of a crime on the basis of circumstantial evidence is guilty or not according to the balance of probabilities. But when it comes to a case of this kind, to account for the major causes of the citizens' objections is not enough. Either one must account for the whole of these objections, which is of course impossible because of the idiosyncratic nature of some small part of them, or one must rely upon guesswork and the bureaucratic machine. That people feel threatened when science begins to talk about value judgment was splendidly illustrated on this occasion by the words of learned counsel. He told the tribunal that to accept the method outlined above would reduce public inquiries to an absolute farce. And so it would. Indeed, there would be no need for public inquiries if people would adopt a rational approach to problems. The head of the Electricity Authority declared that people would resent the proposed method. But the people whose rights were affected in the sample case were already resentful in particular of the fact that a rational approach to the problem had never been made. Rationality ought always to begin with those who have the responsibility in any situation, and it is part of their responsibility to persuade the public that their rational approach is indeed rational. In this case history, however, the reply to the inquiry made by the head of the authority explicitly eschewed rationality. He said of the technique employed, the end product would never be more than an elaborate way of stating what must always remain a matter of individual judgment. But with whose individual judgment ought we to be concerned, that of bureaucrats and experts in landscape gardening, or of the people whose rights are affected? If the latter, then an elaborate way of stating them so that all are taken into account is just what is required. It was said earlier that a computer program would be able to discover optimal routes very quickly, and indeed the example quoted had taken exactly a week to solve from first to last. But the head of the authority said, the studies would be very time-consuming. In fact, the established processes by which this case was actually decided took a total of 4.5 years from the time when the original intention was published to the time when the minister gave his verdict. By the use of operational research, it would be possible to evaluate the opportunity cost to the nation of all this delay, of all this argument, and of 544. Tribunals supported by a battery of counsel and other legal and professional gentlemen and witnesses. But people are not ready to admit that a delay of this magnitude actually costs anything, and doubtless the methods used to evaluate that would be stigmatized as invading the field of value judgment. The point of this chapter bears repeating: the future of the scientific approach to management depends in the long run on the practicability of the practical man. For a philosophical model. The concluding remarks of this long book sum up the issues that have been before us in terms of practicability for one clear reason. Management of every kind of enterprise, from the smallest firm to national and international government, is for the most part in the hands of people who do not know what science has accomplished in the management field and who would not believe it if they did. Still less have these people made any attempt to evaluate the meaning and the potential of such a discipline as operational research, or such a science as cybernetics. They find it easy to shrug off the demonstrations and the arguments of scientists by declaring them, ex cathedra, to be impracticable. This leaves the scientist with a moral duty to return the charge. For there are whole firms and whole countries that are slowly but steadily collapsing under the ineptitude of their impracticable policies, and it is hard not to think that the same may be true of mankind itself. It is of course a predictable thought block, and a major cause of this very impracticability, that people should say there is no evidence of this. Some preliminary explanations have already been given as to why, in certain circumstances, management decisions cannot be wrong. The reason turned out to be the conceptual isolation of a system which is in reality interacting with other systems whose existence the management implicitly denies. The same mechanism can be observed in certain matters of government. In the first half of the decade 1960 to 1970, there was a growth of affluence in Great Britain which made it easy for most citizens to believe that everything was satisfactory. This is because they were not ready to look outside the national system, and to observe it as a subsystem of an international system. The external trading deficit of some £40 million in 1963 became one of £800 million in 1964. Yet the outgoing government at the end of the latter year solemnly declared that the economic situation had never been better. When mankind as a whole is concerned, there is a conspicuous lack of a world government. 545. Which could possibly consider the systemic whole. The international institutions we have so far been able to evolve look at the totality through sectarian eyes. Therefore national blocs are able to pretend that problems of the total system which are indeed terrifyingly intractable will never result in their inevitable outcomes because, presumably, some other bloc will give way, or will otherwise resolve them. Individuals endowed with much foresight, such as succeeding Secretaries General of the United Nations, have been aware of the truth and have dedicated their lives to its dissemination. But the leaders of the subsystemic elements seem content to hurtle towards the edge of the cliff like a pack of Gadarene swine. Quite apart from the capability of the scientific method, the international communion of scientists has perhaps a clearer view of the scene than most subsets of people. But so long as these scientists are regarded as impracticable, mankind may yet settle for a sort of practicability which will mean death and disaster. A possible model that would reflect this dilemma, and might illuminate the reasons for it and the resolution of it, is drawn from philosophy. It may be remembered that one of the false dichotomies which attended the development of man's serious thinking for thousands of years was the dichotomy of mind and matter. Savants could be either materialists, who believed in a physical universe and regarded mental events as some kind of excrescence, or they could be idealists, who believed that the totality of existence was mental, and that all matter was a projection of mental states. Some, such as Leibniz, tried to resolve the dilemma in the notion of psychophysical parallelism. They could not encompass the unnatural idea that either mind or matter must be delusory, but, like everyone else, they were unable to show how the two modes of existence might interact. Therefore Leibniz spoke of a pre-established harmony, a mutual correspondence, between soul and body. These 17th-century stirrings began a movement which triumphs in modern science in the rejection of the false dichotomy itself. Even now, however, some learned people who considered themselves to be faced with an apparent choice would adopt the subjective idealist viewpoint. According to this, mind alone exists, and the justification for this belief rests in the fact that on careful analysis the individual thinker finds that he has no evidence of anything other than his own mental states. He does not, after all, know things, he knows his perceptions of things. So although there is evidence of perceptions, the existence of the things perceived has been inferred and may be mistaken. 546. Now those who adopted the subjective idealist viewpoint found themselves driven by the logic of their own theory towards the startling conclusion known as solipsism. If there is no evidence that things exist for the reason given, then equally there is no evidence that other people exist, the only existence of which the perceiving eye has any real evidence is its own. Therefore, says the solipsist, I alone exist and the entire universe is a projection of my imagination. It can be argued, or at any rate used to be said, that the solipsist position was impregnable. If someone chose to adopt it, there was no way of dissuading him. If for example one were to beat the solipsist over the head with his own textbook, he would say that in creating you he must have endowed you with free will. There is a logical attraction about the whole argument, and it says much for the good sense of philosophers that no serious school of solipsism ever emerged. The position was regarded, instead, as a theoretical possibility worth discussion. And this was just as well, for there seems to be no objective test whereby one could distinguish a genuinely convinced solipsist from a raving psychotic. The posture of solipsism provides the model of bad management that is proposed. The mapping is this. When someone declares that everything is a projection of his own mind, he means that everything he knows about maps onto the model in his mind of the world as he knows it. The kind of management, and the kind of government, against which these concluding remarks object is precisely of this form. It is the scientist who knows that the real world cannot possibly map onto his model of the world, because the laws of communication theory prove conclusively that his brain has not requisite variety. But the bad manager is one who acts as if he believed that his conceptual model of the world really did encompass the real world. This is how it happens that the very taking of a decision can mean that the decision is right. For any evidence generated in the real world that the decision is in fact wrong does not belong to the model of the world which the manager entertains, and can therefore not be mapped onto his brain. He himself would say that he might be wrong, and he would agree with the scientist that, if he is, the rest of experience will show that his policy has failed. The interesting thing is that this never happens. One of the reasons for this is that the subgroup of people to which this man belongs shares the same model, which is fixed by the conventions of the social group. Therefore, if A does something which he believes to be right, B will believe it to be right as well. The model they share says it is right. If the real world is meanwhile protesting that the decision is wrong, there may 547 be no means of registering the fact with either the manager or his peers. For example, a man believes that capital punishment is a deterrent to murderers, and he believes it because he acts as if he were a solipsist. The murderer is none other than himself. He knows that murder is wicked. If he commits murder, then he has violated his own principles to a degree where death may be the only escape from guilt, and where the fear of death may be the only deterrent. It is useless to protest to such a man that murderers are not like him, or they would not be committing murders. It is useless to say that there is scientific evidence to show that capital punishment is not a deterrent. In the limiting case, for instance, a murderer may not consider any consequences at all, so consumed is he with the notion of disposing of his victim. But our friend knows that people do consider consequences. It is useless to tell him that they do not. He himself considers consequences, and if he were going to commit a murder, no doubt the threat of capital punishment would deter him. But he is not going to commit a murder. The intellectual position is impenetrable in exactly the same way that the solipsist position is impenetrable. One can do nothing about it. Moreover, in appealing to his peers, this man can be sure that they will reflect his judgment, for they suffer from the same kind of solipsist blindness. The whole group consists of people assuring each other that this view is right, and the positive feedback imparts a gain to the system which may well end, and has been seen to end, in hysteria. The lynching party is such a group of solipsist opinion holders that has, however, turned to horrifying action. The game of solipsist management is unreal. It is fought out in the mind. And it is unassailable in an isolated system. Thus a firm consisting of a collection of subsidiary companies may opt for solipsism, an industry, likewise, a nation, certainly. Occasionally, subsystems outside these subsystems may impinge on the workings of the solipsist group. This happens when what they are doing maps onto what the group is doing so precisely that their influence breaks through the solipsist circularity. We call this state of affairs competition. Now it is characteristic of a healthy firm or nation to evaluate competition for what it is, another firm or nation that is threatening us because it bids fair to do the job we are doing more effectively. The healthy response is to improve what we are doing to the point where the competition is beaten. On the contrary, however, it is characteristic of solipsist management to categorize any such competition as unfair. This is simply a way of saying that the competition does not count, a way of maintaining the solipsist attitude. Whole industries sometimes do this. It is, perhaps, no. 548. Accident that the British shipbuilders, at the time when their output was being surpassed by the German shipbuilders, claimed that the latter had an unfair advantage, because all their shipyards had been dismantled as a result of the Second World War. They were in the extremely fortunate position of having to start all over again. Japanese shipbuilders, said some British shipbuilders, offered unfair competition because everyone knows that Japanese labor costs virtually nothing. They live on rice. In fact, labor costs are high in Japan, and the conditions of ship workers are excellent, but facts are not allowed to count. Arguments of this kind are insane in exactly the way that the solipsist is insane. We may change the model at this point to another, drawn from the theory of games. Under certain conditions, it is true to say that a game with complete information has a unique and discoverable optimal strategy. Intuiting this, the solipsist management group pretends to itself that the game it plays is a game of complete information. To an observer who is mapping this game of quasi-complete information into the genuine game that is actually going on, the decisions of the solipsist management must appear absurd, for they do not react to real-life threats, which solipsism of course ignores. The result is that one should not accuse this kind of management of being irrational, but of being irrational. That is to say, its decisions are not contrary to reason but devoid of it. Solipsist management is the ultimate kind of impracticability. Some people would say that the protagonists of science in management have oversold their approach and the value of their work. Such people will certainly put this book into that category. No doubt, because I speak from conviction and alarm, I am culpable. But the shortcomings of an author do not necessarily detract from the value of his arguments, and the people who react against them are much more interesting. There is a tired, I have seen it all before attitude displayed by many who are confronted with the facts of management science, its achievements and potentialities. The people who take this attitude are sometimes good scientists who cannot sell their ability, sometimes they are managers who have not really understood the point. For in fact there is nothing to oversell. Why have I not labored to expound the limitations of the scientific approach? It is not because there are no limitations, but because the question is irrelevant. The claim is not that science can do anything, or offers the answer to everything. The claim is simply that it is competent in managers to use the knowledge which mankind has systematically accrued wherever this knowledge is needed, and 549. Not to resort to guesswork through ignorance of what that knowledge is. Certainly there are decisions to be taken and policies to be formulated to which science can contribute little or nothing. But there is no need to try and classify them. Management stands in no need of a system for categorizing problems into those with which science can help and those which it must face alone. For the object of this work is a collaborative object. The manager who seeks to be competent will keep his various advisors informed of the state of affairs and of his policies, and listen to their observations. If he wishes to employ an astrologer for the purpose, that is a matter for him. Personally, I would as soon consult the entrails of a chicken as try to work within the solipsist model of my own insights. If the scientist is lucky enough to be included among the manager's advisors, he will speak when there is something to say. The manager may accept or reject his advice, but it is sheer incompetence to ignore it or to pretend that it does not exist. The claim, therefore, is in reality modest. The idea that management must either hand over its responsibilities to science or else throw the scientist downstairs is the very last of the false dichotomies. In particular, it is impracticable in the manager to demand from science a level of performance that is unattainable in a real world, and which laughably exceeds the possibilities open to management as things are. It is a common experience for operational research men to be told that the model they have been expounding is no use because some of the data needed to quantify it will perforce be inaccurate. Yet the management is already taking decisions and formulating policies. It is doing so despite the inaccuracy and in the absence of much other information which the or study makes available. The use of science can hardly make these matters worse. On the contrary, its use will ensure that the utmost value is wrung out of whatever knowledge the management has. Competence is the best one can do. To do less than this best is incompetent. The genuinely practical man, then, is he who sees himself and his enterprise in the context of the total system. He is not a solipsist manager, he is not a solipsist scientist. The genuinely practical man today is one who sees a world made small by the speed and availability of every kind of communication as it really is, and who knows what part he has to play within it. He is one who sees, and does not fail to register, that half the population of this world is undernourished, who sees, and does not ignore, the fact that the world population will double by the end of this century. The policies of the world do not see these things, the decisions of nations ignore them. Given an iota of practicability, and that includes a glimmer of understanding of what science has. 550. To say, a man has only to look ahead to the future of his own grandchildren to see a vastly congested globe, racked with psychological tensions, short of room, short of food, grown stale and incipiently poisoned in a sea of its own effluent. The practical man will want to take practical action. The scientist stands ready to help him.